late because I baked you bread.
You made bread?
I don't know where you're staying or if you're staying.
Oh,
Or are you getting back on a plane?
I'm going to eat this bread.
You are? I feel it because it's piping hot.
If it's a baby-friendly party, there should be a baby-friendly section away from the drug area. That's just my personal opinion. I'm not saying that parents can't party or shouldn't party. They absolutely should, more than anyone. And if you want to bring your baby, just keep them away from my blunt smoke, please.
I also just think, like,
6
why
feet.
do not bring your baby to Burning Man?
Yeah.
There's parents that bring their babies to Burning Man, and they have, like, different types of camps. And they, like, teach their kids about the barter system. I know because I used to babysit for this woman who kept trying to be like, should I bring my kids to Burning Man? And I kept being like, no, your kids are already fucking out of control. They'll be on acid if you bring them to Burning Man. 12-year-old wild boy.
But I do think I have a lot of good end of the world outfits.
Really?
Sweatpants.
A lot of crop tops.
Yeah, sweatpants and crop tops. You don't need a full shirt when the world's ending.
No, you just let it all hang out, baby.
I'm
Right?
not even wearing a shirt right now.
Like,
You're
fuck.
like, you want a podcast, Wolfie? I'm like, yeah, but I'm not going to wear a shirt.
That's one of the benefits of podcasting from home. You don't even need to put a shirt on.
Mm-mm.
Nobody needs a full shirt.
Nope.
What do you feel? Okay, I remember when I was in middle school, there was this lady who used to pick up her kids. And do you remember, like, the hot moms when you were a kid?
Yeah.
Didn't they, like, stick out in your head?
Yeah, they were mentally ill.
Yeah, they were always mentally ill.
Or drunk.
Or drunk, or, like, they looked too good for
I
the school
understand.
pickup.
They had to be married to their fathers.
Yeah.
Like, I get it. And those are their sons.
Yeah, no, it was, I remember there's this one hot mom. She would always show up in like a neon outfit with like a bright neon scrunchie to pick up her kids. And it was so extra that forever she was like, her face and her outfits are just like ingrained in my head. Cause I was like, damn, I didn't know moms could wear neon green,
Yeah.
like sports bras and like cool biker shorts with like crazy
Meanwhile,
side
she's
ponytail.
probably in her like mid-20s.
Yeah, she probably was because people were having kids so young, man.
Yeah.
And in my mind, I'm like, this is not how moms dress. I was like, and then I was kind of like, Mom, why don't you wear crop tops like this person's mom? Or this one girl had the hottest mom, but then we found out later that her mom locked her in the closet. So you're right.
Mental illness.
Mental illness. Hot moms equal mental illness.
Mm-hmm.
Are you anxious? Are you tired, but you can't sleep? Try CBD, and not just any CBD, Sunday Scaries CBD. Guys, Sunday Scaries is an amazing CBD company. They have so many different options to choose from. I personally love the vegan gummies. I'm not even vegan, and these are my favorite. They're sour gumdrops. They're made for chillin'. They have CBD in them, plus B12 and D3, which are great for your immune system and your energy levels. Also, if you're not into a sour gummy, they have these classic gummy bears. These also are infused with D3 and B12, great for your energy levels, immune system, and full of CBD. So a great way to chill out after a long, long day. They also make unicorn jerky, which are sour belts dosed with CBD. They're rainbow belts. They're so, so good. And they have CBD on them. Discount code SHANK, SHENK, for 25% off. Sunday Scaries also makes a tincture. What I love most about this tincture is the flavor. It tastes just like candy. So if you're someone who's tried a bunch of CBD products and you're not into the flavor, I can't recommend the flavor enough. It's so tasty, tastes just like candy. And the tincture also has B12 and D3, great for your energy levels and your immune system. Head to sundayscaries.com, discount code SHANK, SHENK, for 25% off. I don't know any other podcast giving 25% off CBD. So if you're looking for a way to ease back into life post-pandemic, Sunday Scaries is the answer for you. Discount code SHANK, SHENK, 25% off. Link in the description of this episode. Head to sundayscaries.com. Guys, do you have dry mouth? I do. I always have cotton mouth, dry mouth, and it's a bummer. That's why I love Flint's Mints. Flint's are a sponsor of this podcast. You can follow them at flints.com. These are special. They make your mouth water. If you're someone who has dry mouth, cotton mouth, or just wishes they had more saliva in their mouth, I can't recommend these enough. They're for people who are orally fixated. If you're someone who loves a mint, if you're someone who smokes a bunch of weed and has cotton mouth, check out Flint's Mints. Discount code SHENK, SHENK, for 15% off. And Flint's Mints has amazing flavors, and they come in these really cute collectible tins. Like, look at this one. This one's a watermelon, cool watermelon. This level is strength 100. So depending on the strength, that's how much it makes your mouth water. So this will be a tame experience compared to the cinnamon ginger, which is my favorite. This will make your mouth really water, and the flavor is cinnamon ginger. Flints.com, discount code SHANK for 15% off. I actually reached out to them to see if they were interested in sponsoring my podcast because I knew that I would love these, and I fucking love them. They make your mouth sparkle. They make your mouth twinkle. They make your mouth clean. It's like sending your mouth to the spa. If you're not into a fruity flavored mint, they also have a classic mint. This one I loved. It's empty because I ate it all. They have sour tangerine, lemon, cherry, strawberry magic. Look at how cute the artwork is. They collaborate with different artists for really cute tin designs. Guys, head to flints.com. Discount code SHANK for 15% off. I can't recommend these enough to all my stoners, my lovers, my friends. Guys, let's get back to this week's episode of Shank with Rachel Wolfson. So... We love mental illness. We talk about it comfortably.
Yeah.
We're in therapy, both of us, collectively.
Yep.
Do you find therapy to be useful?
Yeah. When I go.
When you go. Are you doing it online or in person?
We've been online for the last year, and I hate online therapy, but I still do it.
You know what I find? About 15 minutes into the therapy session, I go, and that's it. And the therapist goes, okay, and so what else? And I go,
yeah,
that's it. And he goes, no, we still have 30 more minutes left of the session. And I'm like, let's not talk about childhood trauma.
That just means your life is going well currently. I haven't ran out of things to say yet. Usually I'm like, wow, that session was quick.
Well, like, can I tell you, when things go... Okay, there's nothing better than having something really shitty happening and then already having therapy on the calendar.
Oh my God, it's the best.
You're like, thank God.
Yeah.
And there's nothing worse than suddenly having a really bad day and then something bad happens.
You just had therapy and then something bad happens.
And you're like,
you have to wait a whole week
it's like,
to like process. Ugh.
Yeah. But I have found a lot of benefits from therapy, and it's subtle at first, but then when I think about overall, like, my life has become exponentially better from therapy.
Yeah.
Big advocate of therapy. I think anyone who's in stand-up comedy should be in therapy.
Yeah, for sure.
But the problem is the expense of therapy.
Yeah, but there's a lot of sliding scale options here in California because they know everyone's mentally ill. So they have people
like, actresses, comedians.
Yeah, like in the year of our Lord 2021, you're still coming here. So yeah, there's a lot of options where depending on your budget, you can see someone based off what you're making or not making, you know?
Totally. And
I think we're only going to continue to see that more.
You know what's interesting? Just some weeks after I see my therapist, I'm like, I can't believe he said that. I don't like him right now. And then like a week will go by and I'm like, I think he was right. I guess I have to see him again. Does that ever happen? Like where like you don't like what they're telling you because it's like too real and you're not ready to deal with that then?
Yeah, all the time.
And you're like, I'm fucking annoyed, like a bratty like teenager. Yeah. I get like that a lot.
Yeah.
I'm like, don't tell me that I'm making bad decisions with men.
Yeah, like I pay you to put me in a good mood.
Yeah, put me in a good, build me up.
Yeah.
You know, tell me I'm a star.
She's not going to sugarcoat us.
Yeah, no. One of the things I miss most about going to in-person therapy is that my therapist has bomb candy, like fruit punch, Jolly Ranchers. Wow.
Yeah, my therapist doesn't have that. She just has tissues and not even the soft kind.
No.
Yeah, but that's probably not her choice.
Well, it's also not her choice.
Yeah.
Get some puffs, baby girl.
Yeah.
you have
No, I
another
think they
joint?
might be soft. Yeah, here, take this. Finish this.
Thank you. This is a serious joint. What are your thoughts on, like, how are you feeling about bathing suit season?
I'm ready, baby.
You're ready.
Yeah.
You've been on your Peloton.
Mm-hmm.
Do you love it?
I've been spinning on and off the bike.
On and off the bike. That's amazing.
Do I what?
Do you like it? Do you like spin?
To be honest, I fell in love with it and I was inspired by you because you were doing spin a lot before the pandemic. And I was like, damn, Shank looks amazing.
Yeah, I was
And
doing so much spin.
she's like so dedicated to it. And I was like, I've never really been like, I had a bike growing up, but like I didn't like
Was it
bike.
like an old
I
school
played-
stationary bike? Or an outdoor
no,
bike?
I had an outdoor bike. Like I
Oh,
knew how
yeah.
to ride a bike. Like I wasn't like I liked riding bikes as a kid, but then I grew up and started playing basketball. So I had like, it wasn't like I was like heavily into biking. And as working out, I really like I was doing like HIIT training and that kind of stuff. So I never really did spin and I never really got the hype on spin. I was like, why is everyone so obsessed with this? You guys are in a cult.
It's a drug.
Like, why are you having Peloton themed birthdays? I don't I was like,
Peloton themed birthdays?
yeah, no, I know people who do that. And like, I finally get it.
It puts you in an incredible mood. I think
it is like a cult because like certain elements of a cult are like similar to like, okay, putting like getting you in that like a lot of like
euphoric state.
they have these events where you're just like, yeah, high energy, doing something together. Like there's someone leading it, they're like tapping into
No,
your.
you feel like you're
Dude,
really a part of something.
My favorite Peloton instructor, Jess King, she's my best friend. She just doesn't know it yet. Like she has no idea how much she means to me.
No,
like
I know.
I'll be on the bike and Matt will just like walk in the room and she'll just be saying affirmations to like me and the class. And I'm just like, yes, Jess.
Queen.
Yes, like I'm crying.
Yeah, no. I cry. I used to cry during spin too. Like it does something to you.
Yeah.
It fucking changes you. It makes you a better person. Now I'm like, I need a Peloton.
So after 3 months, because at first, like, you don't see when you're working out, you don't see the results right
and
away.
then you're like, I want to give up because I thought it was gonna be a different. I thought it was gonna look like Kate Moss after one class.
Well,
It's like,
so I've never really
didn't
sweat
happen.
as much as I have, aside from like HIIT training. And even then, I feel like in those training, I feel like you start to plateau.
well,
So-
HIIT is high intensity interval training.
Yeah,
for those
so
who don't know.
So with the Peloton, I've just been really consistent. I'm on my like 16th consecutive week. And like I do at least 3 to 5 classes a week, but I try not if sometimes do it every like some weeks I'll go 8 days, I'll go every single day and I'll do either 30 minutes, 45, but if I'm busy, I still try to get in like a 20-minute. So no matter what, I've just like tried to up the consistency. And then also with like my diet, doing comedy, not all of us have the best eating habits as comedians. Like even the club options for food are not always healthy.
And if you're traveling on the
And
road, good fucking luck.
And the alcohol and like even working out on the road and remaining consistent is very hard. So
You're like, I'm gonna eat healthy. There's a Carl's Jr.
yeah, so I'm just like after mics and shows and stuff, Matt and I and friends will like hold on.
Please hold while she lights her
I don't want
joint.
to light myself on fire.
That would be tragic. I don't want this to be the episode where you light yourself on fire. Although it might get a lot of views.
Viral. No, like, well, I have the tendency sometimes to like, I'm like, let's go out and drink and eat. But I'm trying to save money and also eat healthier. And that's when I started to notice the differences about 3 months. What is 16 weeks in? 4, 8, 12, 16, 4 months in. And yeah, I've started to see like changes.
Yeah. Well, for me, I have to work out first and foremost for my mental health.
Yeah.
Because that's where I see the biggest difference. And if I don't work out, I mean, it is like night and day mentally for me.
Same.
If I don't work out, my mental health suffers like exponentially. And
sorry to your listeners
once
for
you're in
coughing.
the habit of doing it, you really notice when your body hasn't worked out. Like you
Right.
physically feel different. And for like, if I take off a few days in a row, I just feel gross.
Yeah, like I think today it was the holiday weekend, so I think I didn't work out for like 2 or 3 days. And today I woke up and I was like, if I don't get on that bike, I'm going to even self-loathe more. So I just woke up. I got 20 minutes out of the way. I got a good sweat in, and it made a world of difference, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's just moving your body for 30 minutes in some way is so much better than not. And I am so sore because over the weekend I was hula hooping nonstop at a party. I'm not like someone who can dance publicly. Do you dance publicly?
No.
No. She's from Vegas, but don't catch her dancing at the clubs.
If I could dance publicly, I would be a stripper.
You wouldn't be a comic.
I'd be making so much money.
Can strippers even dance, or are they just
I mean, like,
free?
I would just put I would take my talents to make different stages.
Yeah, totally. Like Cirque. Do you like Cirque Soleil?
Yeah.
Did you,
especially on drugs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which one do you like the most?
Beatles Love Baby.
That's what I think too. I've seen it like 3 or 4 times.
I've like seen it a million times.
Do you see how excited I just got when I realized
we should take mushrooms and do that?
That would be an experience.
Just like how they do in Knocked Up.
Oh my god, I haven't seen Knocked Up in so long.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, Katherine Heigl.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Seth Rogen.
Didn't Katherine Heigl like get canceled for some reason? People were like, I clicked some clickbait. It was like Katherine Heigl, difficult to work with. It was like 2 a.m. I'm high. I'm deep in like the Katherine Heigl clickbait. Yeah. That's how I pass the time.
Mm-hmm.
I love your chains.
They're my
2
dad's.
chains.
Yeah.
Your dad gives you chains.
I get comments on them. I'm like, I just want everyone to know that these are my father's.
Your father?
Yeah.
Your Jewish father rocks chains.
Yeah.
And we love that about him. My dad also has 1 single gold necklace. What is that? Some Jewish shit?
It's called Fashion, sweetie.
Look it up. Any fashion tips for men listening to this podcast?
I like people. Well, I guess I like when men wear clothes that fit them.
Right. Well, what do you think it is about these men wearing clothes that don't properly fit? Do you think they just don't know? Do you think they just don't care? Do you think
probably all of the above?
Do you think
they don't have someone in their life to be like, hey,
honey? And like some guys don't like being told, hey, that looks bad.
I sometimes think that it takes a partner for them to change that.
To rise to the occasion. To
if
be
they're
like,
willing.
They're like, I'm getting pussy, so I will wear different pants.
But I also, I don't know. I mean, just like be confident with what you wear and wear clothes that fit you. I mean, hopefully. As me wearing a top that's too small.
Just be confident. I mean, confidence is 99% of everything. And sometimes it's hard to be confident in this day and age.
Yeah.
Do you like how I said day and age?
Mm-hmm.
Like, am I 55?
Like, I love sweatpants. I don't know. Like, I honestly, like, I don't like telling other people necessarily what to wear because.
Well, people hit me up all the time
I
and
just
they
love
want to know.
sweatpants.
Like, I don't want to be. Yeah, I get that.
Like, I don't know.
I just think make sure it's clean.
Yeah.
Nothing worse than dirty clothes.
True.
That is one thing for men. It's like if you've worn this shirt or pants several days in a row, it's time to wash them.
Well, if it smells, like, wash it.
Yeah. What do you think about water parks canceled after COVID? Or are you down to go to a water park? Like, it sounds disgusting, but also amazing.
It's a slippery slope.
Yeah, to say the least.
It's a little wet and wild for me.
What do you think? Catch
I
me
don't
in the
know.
lazy river
It's
full
like
of
the
COVID
same,
droplets.
It's like the same with like buffets. Like I love a buffet, you know, but do we really want to risk it
for some brisket?
Yeah.
Do you like that? That rhyme I just dropped?
I do. I do.
Risk
I do.
it for some brisket.
Yeah, it sounds like a mistake. Think we have some beef.
It's amazing. Yeah, no, our buffets canceled. Are they happening in Vegas right now?
Oh yeah, baby, we're back.
They're okay.
I think it's open as of like June 1st. So
okay, this is how I would do a buffet. If there was one person in a mask that was serving the food at each station, That way, I'm not having all the people from all different places with all their different variants
Right.
up in the meat carving area.
Totally.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and some things can be prepackaged or you know what I mean, and safely.
Is
don't
there
know.
a safe way to buffet?
I don't know. We're gonna have to find out.
I mean, I think some people
Also, yeah,
just
they're
like,
not doing.
"Fuck
You don't
it."
have to be vaccinated
in Vegas,
to like go to the hotels and stuff.
you don't. But in LA,
But if you
do.
don't have, if you are not vaccinated, you still have to wear a mask. If you're not if you're vaccinated, you don't have to wear a mask. But if you are not vaccinated, you do have to wear a mask. But it's on the honor system.
It's on the honor system. We all know that the honor system's never worked. Has it?
In Sin City, I don't know.
The honor system in Sin City.
Yeah. So.
She pauses to give her lover a thumbs up.
Mm-hmm.
It's a real natural podcast. Things happen in the moment. We keep it real here. What are your thoughts on s'mores?
Yes.
Oh, that was
S'more
such
of
a
'em.
quick reaction.
Yeah. Good dessert. Summer s'mores.
Great
We
dessert.
want s'more. The
Great
Sandlot.
dessert.
We love the Sandlot.
The Sandlot's incredible.
Squints. We love Squints. He has his own weed.
He does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Everyone has their own weed now.
Mm-hmm.
What would your strain be called?
Wolf's breath. I don't know.
I like that.
Yeah.
Wolf's breath.
I don't know.
I don't know what I would call mine either.
Yeah.
Ticket to Paradise. No,
Mine
isn't
would
that
be-
a song?
Mine would be called, I don't know. Mine would be called, I don't know. Something dope.
Something dope.
Mm-hmm.
Wolf dope.
I don't know. No.
Dope wolf.
No.
People comment what you think Wolfie's strain should be called in the bottom of this episode.
I like Wolfie OG, but that's kind of like
basic.
boring. Yeah.
It's like seen it.
Mm-hmm.
But
Also-
Wolfie OG, it does sound good.
Yeah.
Mine's Shank Nasty.
Ooh, that's good.
No, that's like dirty.
Yeah. But it's funky.
It's a funky sativa
Yeah.
that'll keep you on
Yeah.
your toes.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I'm leaning towards.
That's what we want.
When was the first time you smoked weed?
The first time I smoked weed is different than the first time I got high. I smoked weed from an apple in like high school once, right before I was going to get sent to lockdown, but I didn't get high. And then
You're like,
when
I'm gonna get sent to lockdown. Let me just pack this apple
I was like,
real
give it
quick."
to me right here. And then when I was 19, I smoked weed for the first time and got high in Vermont.
in
Yeah.
Vermont.
Yeah.
You went to school in Vermont.
Mhm.
Do you love Vermont? Because
Yeah.
everyone I've been talking to recently has been like, Vermont is amazing. It's
It
so
is.
charming. It's incredible.
Yeah.
Is weed legal in Vermont?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
I think it is now.
Vermont, we're coming for you.
It's amazing. I visit there often as much as I can. I brought Matt there.
What did he think of Vermont?
Matt liked it, but I brought him kind of at not the worst time, but it was like fall. It was freezing. So I just like love Vermont in the spring and summer. Hi, babe.
You love Vermont.
I was thinking about the time you took me to Vermont and we stayed in the tiny house.
You
We
guys,
had to flush our pee by literally taking the bucket that we pee in
Mhm.
out.
Yeah, so I stay on my friend's property in a tiny house they built, which is really charming, as you say. And one of the parts of that is they have plumbing in the main house, but like in this tiny house, if you're gonna go, you can't go number twos. You can only go number ones, and number ones is into a fucking. It's almost like a porta potty style type
yeah, no,
thing.
like an
and
outhouse.
then yeah, but it's like in the tiny
And then
house
do you
in
put
this like
sawdust
area.
over it?
Well, it's like they built a toilet, but like
Okay.
anyways, you pee into basically a Tupperware and you have to empty it out. Yeah, it's fucking,
And this
you
was
know.
in the beginning of our relationship, so we weren't, like we just getting
Hey,
to know
I'm just
each other.
testing the waters.
You guys were just getting to know each other.
Mhm.
Yeah,
So
I was
this.
like, oh, that's what a bucket of Rachel's pee looks like.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's vulnerable.
Mhm.
How
And that's how he found out I was the one
it's like
from
her,
my number one.
her urine in a Tupperware.
Mm-hmm. You're in love.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I went to a party over the weekend where they had a biodegradable toilet situation. So
Mhm.
you piss or shit into the toilet, and then you cover it with sawdust.
Yeah,
And there's-
compost.
Yeah, I'm not into human manure.
Yeah, they did that too
They did.
in Vermont. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's how Vermont is.
Composting,
These people would also sounds like they would love Vermont.
but composting is important
Yeah,
for society. I just
Mhm.
don't think I don't have the tools to do it right now. If I had
No.
like an assistant, I'd be like, "Yo, set up the compost."
yeah,
Right?
that's another level.
That's another level.
Yeah.
I'm just not at the compost level yet, but if you're out there and you're composting, good for you.
Yeah, you're enlightened.
Yeah. I mean, I just really honestly, to be honest, just truthfully started figuring out how the whole recycling thing works. It's an effort.
It's adulting.
It's an effort that helps you save the planet, but it's still an effort.
It's conscious of you.
I'm very conscious. I'm a conscious being.
She moves to
That's
Topanga
why-
once and then starts to recycle. Meanwhile,
I'm composting.
Yeah. as soon as the bitch gets back to Burbank, she's like, trash out the window.
Oops. Yeah, I
I'm just
littered.
kidding.
So what? No, my neighbor is intense with the recycling, composting stuff. She's like, you cannot leave your gum out because gum is plastic and then wildlife could get it. And I'm like, I've never even thought of that like that.
Mhm.
I'm like, a gum is plastic? I thought it was just gum.
Yeah.
Unless it's biodegradable gum. So anyways, I want you to try one of these so you
I
can
knew
tell
you were
me your
going to segue
experience.
into the mint.
Okay, so these are mouth.
I want something fruity.
You want something fruity? Okay, okay, so these are different levels of mouth watering for
Okay.
cotton mouth. So-
Is it really going to make me drool?
Yes.
That's seriously?
It's just gonna make your mouth
Give me the
water.
strawberry.
Okay, so the
please.
strawberry magic is a heavier strength than the sour tangerine.
That's fine. Let's do it.
Okay, so this is
Do
a
I need a towel?
225. No,
Are you sure?
no, you're just gonna start salivating.
Babe, do you want to watch me drool?
So I'm giving her.
Filming this, great.
a
great,
drool
great. Can you
mitt.
Send me this footage. Won't you?
Yeah, sure.
He's going to jack off to it. Are we ready?
Yeah. Okay, so this is the strawberry magic. It is strength 225. So
I just suck, right?
yeah, you did.
Yeah,
you did.
How am I doing, babe?
And then this one's a stronger one. This is a 250. So this is a different experience.
Well, is my mouth going to like fill up with like
Liquid.
Well, we can test it out.
What are your thoughts? Would you like the flavor? Strawberry magic. It's good for cotton mouth, right?
the flavor is light?
Give us more about the flavor.
Strawberry, hints of strawberry.
It's a fun strawberry.
Tastes like summer.
Tastes
Strawberry magic. I do feel the magic.
Yeah. Is your mouth watering?
Mm-hmm.
Do you like it?
Mm-hmm.
It's good, right? It's great if you're a stoner.
Yeah. My mouth is filling up with some kind of water.
Liquid drool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh shit! Get closer to the thing. Yeah, that's right. Flint's mints.
This podcast almost over.
Almost.
Is it working?
It's working.
It's working, babe.
Get rid of dry mouth. Get rid of cotton mouth. Have more liquid in your mouth for whatever reason you might need to have more liquid in your mouth for.
Yeah, it works.
Did you like it? Would you buy them?
Yeah.
Discount code Shank. Flint's mints. My favorite is the cinnamon ginger because it's like a spicy drool.
Mm.
I love that you're just sitting here.
Now my spit just smells like strawberry. Like it's literally dripping down my. Just
Which
gonna
is
wipe
better
this on
than
the
just
couch.
straight spit, to be honest.
Yeah, we love it.
I like having one before I go on stage because I always feel like right before I go on stage, my mouth feels so dry. I don't know if that's like an
I would
anxiety
literally
thing.
start like drooling on stage with this.
Well, yeah, you can't have it on stage, but leading up, like 10 minutes before you go on stage, then it makes your mouth tingle, too.
Oh my god, that's a good idea.
Right? Like 10 minutes before you go on stage, you pop a Flint's mint, or if you're like a public speaker, giving a presentation, something like that.
Babe, I need a tissue. I'm wet.
Oh my god. Okay,
It works. Flint's mints.
Flint's mints, it works. And I want to talk a little bit of, I want to wrap up, but before we wrap up, I want to talk a little bit about charcuterie because I know you're a charcuterie queen. Let's talk.
So glad you brought this up.
What would you put on your paint a picture for us. Your
Okay.
ideal charcuterie.
Well, to me, the perfect charcuterie is, in my opinion, a balance of sweet and sour, savory and sweet. You know,
So
salty.
every type of experience.
Yeah, I love for dip. Let's start with dip. Let's do a hummus, right?
Ooh, a hummus. We love
We love
a
a hummus dip. I also love a cheese dip, like a broccoli cheddar dip or some kind of like fondue-ish type thing that you can warm up in the oven. Okay. Around that, I like the mini peppers chopped. You know what I mean? The sweet, crunchy ones. I like green apples.
Mm-hmm.
I like, my mouth is watering.
So is mine. I don't know if it's from the mint or from the charcuterie
I like really
food porn.
tart, hard blueberries. Organic.
Are you making this porn? She's like, I like a tart, hard blueberry. What?
Okay, for fruit. I also love the dried apricots as well, so those are good. And that's for fruit. I love the small pickles. I forget how to like pronounce them because I don't want to butcher it. The corn.
Yeah,
whatever.
We know what those are, but who can say that?
Yeah, those.
Cornish.
Yeah, something like that. I also love a dried cherry or like cherries. I don't know,
like a dried cherry preserve.
No, or like a cherry, like the fruit. You know, the cherries are in season. Like put a couple
real
of those.
live action cherry.
Okay, so that's like those are that. So cheeses. I love a machango. I love sharp cheddar. I love goat cheese. Especially if they have like the flavored goat cheeses. Those are bomb.
What flavors are you thinking?
Like the sweet kind of like the ones with like the blueberry, raspberry, or like a habanero, whatever.
Ooh.
I also love a good habanero blueberry jam or a habanero blackberry jam. Fucking fire. So for cheeses and then the meats, sopressata, is that how I say it? And then
which is like a spicy like salami.
Yeah, and then maybe I'll do pepperoni or like a salami, whatever. So there's that, and then
crackers,
prosciutto.
Okay.
So for crackers, I love a thin cracker that's super crunchy that can be flavored a sourdough or like a garlic, whatever, something.
You know exactly what you like.
Yeah. Like I think about this all the time. So that's basically I'm like, I think about this all the time. I'm so wet.
She's covered in spit.
At least it's my own spit.
People
this
are
time
rewinding this and watching it. They're like, there's gonna be a comment that's like 45 minutes in and 15 seconds is when the spit play happens.
You're welcome.
You're welcome, internet.
So yeah, that's pretty much like I like a brown cracker, the one that's like the one that has like the ras or the what is it, cranberry it like
I
you know
know
what
that
I mean?
Expensive cracker.
Yeah, those ones are like
it's
fire.
like I don't
if
know
you have
what
extra
it's called,
money,
but it's like a $9 cracker.
there's
and
that
it's
one.
like brown.
Yeah.
And inside of it's like slices of almonds and dried cranberries.
It's so good.
It's so good.
Yeah. Those are good. So maybe a couple, maybe like those crackers, and then yeah, that would be like my ideal charcuterie.
And you heard it here, guys, on Shank. If you're looking for charcuterie tips, this is the place for them. If you want to have the Wolfie charcuterie experience, just rewind. If you want to watch Wolfie play with her spit, also just rewind. This is a fun podcast. Real things happened. Behind us, a postman just slammed his door, and we caught it on tape. Where can people find you?
Online and in person. No, preferably at Wolfie Comedy, at Wolfie Memes.
If you're a meme person, she's got great memes.
And yeah, I'll be doing stand up.
June 19th, we're coming to San Diego.
Yep.
I'm headlining. Wolfie's going to be opening. It's going to be a really fun night. It's in a warehouse. It's 420 friendly.
Hell yeah.
Come out, support live comedy. And I'll link to all of your stuff in the description of this episode.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Kim, what's going on?
Dude, I fucked up so bad. I fucked my car up. I ran it into a wall. I have a side mirror that's been broken. I can't even see when I switch lanes on the left side for months. And I need to get it fixed, and it just sucks. It sucks. I can't look, I have to pretend I'm rich to make it. In order to make it in this industry, you have to pretend you're rich, and you can't have a broken side mirror for 2 months. I'm gonna call Honda and see how much. If it's under $400 to get it fixed, I'll just have them do it. Fuck it. But if it's anything more than
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
I never know what's going on with you, if this is like an act or if this is part of the fun of being Chrissy D.
I mean, no. Well, Chrissy D was all fun and games. Was.
Third person.
Now we're coming into a part. Two major things have happened here. Okay. One, I've refound my love for Christ, and I'm back believing. I'm back being Catholic. I'm back in.
Nice.
Got 2 feet in Catholicism.
Okay.
We're back, baby. And then the other thing is I 6 months ago, I had this beautiful house, Staten Island, right? Everything we wanted. Sold the house because I was having anxiety about doing a show at Radio City. Swear to God, my brain couldn't process it that way. But through therapy, the therapist figured out, and it's right because I checked on this with my girlfriend, and she was like, "That's exactly what you did." Was very nervous about Radio City. Didn't know where to put that energy because it was a big show. I'm a New York guy. Biggest weekend of my life. So I said, about 2 weeks before Radio City, came home and said, "We're putting up the house for sale. I want to be able to walk to a bagel store. We can't walk to a bagel store at this house on Staten Island. I need that for my creative process." And my girl was like, "What are you doing? We just renovated our kitchen. You just poured money into this is our home." I was like, "I can't walk to a bagel store and it's going to fuck my comedy up. It will."
What?
And she, yeah, and then people, if you knew my address back then, you would know that was a bagel store 0.9 miles away that I didn't know about, but.
But you had a dream house.
I had a dream house that we put to our liking, and I said didn't understand it then. I said, "We're selling the house," and I convinced my family, because that's what we can do, right, as comics. I convinced them. I had them buy this story, convinced my girl, my family. What's going to be better for us is to sell this 5-bedroom house. Here's the move. We're going to sell this 5-bedroom house for about $300,000 under asking price. We're going to get out of this puppy. We're going to sell that. We're going to move to Queens, where we can walk to stuff and bagel stores and be in civilization. We're going to temporarily live in a 2-bedroom apartment. And then we're eventually going to move into a condo, and life's going to be better because I won't have to care for these grounds anymore. I won't have to throw out the garbage. We'll be safe in an apartment. People can't come in the back window of our home, and this will be the move. And I did that, and then the apartment that we had lined up fell through. We left the apartment we were living in because it had roaches. Jasmine almost left me. She was almost like, "I can't be a part of your chaos and self-sabotage anymore." And I had to kind of really just say, what the hell did I just do? Figure this problem out. Went back into therapy, turned back into religion, starting to find some answers. And now we're living in a home that we're renting that we like, and we're kind of settling in. But that I learned the lesson of self-sabotage the hard way. It's weird. What's going on in my career right now? Selling the most tickets I've ever had, financially the best I've ever done, getting all these opportunities, was the worst version of me as a human being. Not because I was just self-sabotaging after self-sabotaging, and I didn't know why.
Do you have friends that you could talk to about this stuff?
Yeah, but they're, they call me gay. You know what I mean? Like, they're old school New York guys that are like, "I don't fucking know, dude, get a therapist." And I'm like, well, yeah, what I had to do, I really felt like nobody could really help me with this. I was like, I got to just turn to a professional therapist, and then I turn back to going to church. And I was like, well, at least I have, like, if anything, for me, church is just an hour a week to just meditate and sit there, and I have nothing. I have no thoughts. I have no technology. I'm like, it's just me and whoever I think God is. That's how I feel about it. But that chaos stuff, because people always, Chrissy Chaos, I was actually living in it, and I was like, okay, now what I've done, now I've like hurt my family. Now I've done a thing that's like not funny. Now I've like taken things from my kids, because I thought my kids would be like, "Oh yeah, Dad," like my 8-year-old. We had that, this moment that kids are just kids. I'm like telling him, like, "Isn't this great, baby? Like, we can walk to the bagel store now. We can go to the park. We're not like living off the side of a highway." And she was like, "Well, I love that we had a pool." And I was like, "Yeah, but isn't it better that we can, don't have a pool now, and we can go to like the pool club?" And she was like, "No." She was like, honestly, she was like, "We did it for you, So I'm happy that you're happy, but I miss my friends. And then I was like, oh my God, what the fuck did I do? So I kind of have been like backtracking as much as I can, little by little, to try to like recorrect these mistakes. And now my family is more on board. Now my family's like, hey, we're with you. We're with you, but we got to figure this out. So now we're settled finally in a place, and we're kind of falling in love with the neighborhood we're living in as time has went on. And my kids are finding friends and all that, and we're not going to. I'm not going to take that from them. I'm not going to, be like, well, wherever we are now, we're going to stay for years so they can build the bonds and the friendships that they need that I inadvertently took away from them without me even realizing. Can I have those edibles?
So this anxiety ramped up when success ramped up.
Yes.
So here I sound like a therapist here. But is it because you're worried it's going to go away? Is that the anxiety? Like, what is the anxiety? Like,
no.
What is the fear?
No, it wasn't any of that. It was, I believe, I have confidence. I believe that I'm in this business, I can do it. And I believe that, like, we're all together now, especially how comedy is now. I feel like we're all like this big brother, sisterhood, like we'll help each other. If one of us is falling, like we got each other. I believe in that. But I think that the actual anxiety of the day of, again, being a New York guy, one night Radio City, the next night the theater at MSG, all these, for me, a lot of tickets, 10,000 plus tickets, which is, that's huge for me.
Right.
I was like, how am I going to balance all this? What if I don't do well? What if one of these 10,000 people realizes that thinks that I'm some kind of fraud, thinks that like, hey,
one is going to.
Right.
Always.
Right.
There's always people that are going to find some negative thing in anything.
So now I've gotten to that point to accept that. I'm wildly different. Not wildly different, but I'm much better now than I was in September when all this stuff was going on, because I've just kind of accepted that I don't really have control of what others think.
Maybe you need a thing other than just comedy that you do that's not like career oriented, like a hobby. Like
right.
some kind of other interest that you really enjoy that you could focus on.
So what I did, I'm
trans people. Is that what it is?
That's yes, trans feet. I'm really into wiki feet for specifically trans women, and so no. What I think is, well, what I've done, because I haven't gotten to the hobby yet. What I've done is I thought I was always focused on my kids, always being a father is everything to me. But I said, what you just said, I said, I'm going to really just focus on being a dad, being home, coming off the road a little bit, just temporarily doing my thing in New York, keeping my podcast going, keeping my name out there, but not going on this national tour, getting away from that. For now, I've shot a special. It's going to come out at the end of the year. I'm like, be home, be with the kids, be picking them up, be at the park with them, focus on, like, give yourself a schedule. I'm a comedian from 9 to 5. Or 9 to 3 when you pick up your kids, just for now, you just be with them, and that's really helped. And now, like last night, I was at your club, which is awesome. I was at your club, and that was the first time I was on stage in about 6 weeks since I shot the special.
Oh, really?
And I felt I did some of the same material that I was, because I've been writing, but I was like, I don't want to try a brand new thing right here. I did one new thing, but I was like, oh, wow, I felt like that little mental experiment helped me. Like, I was so excited to be on stage again. I've found, like, reconnected. And something that you do that I noticed last night, and I was like, how much, there's really nothing more you can do in comedy, right? I mean, you've done everything. The biggest you can get is you've achieved, which is beautiful. But I still saw you yesterday obsessing over your hour and thinking about, like, how do I make that joke better, which is why you've gotten here. And I've had that question in my head yesterday. When I got back to the hotel, I was like, do I have that? Is it okay that I don't have it like Joe? Does that mean I'm going to not be successful? Does that mean kind of, are we all just different? Because I love comedy, but I was like, I don't know. Like, I just shot a special and was like, you know what, I need some time off, where I don't know that you've ever done that, right? I mean, you've never taken a big break from stand-up.
Well, I took a big break during COVID.
Right, but other than that, you've always been like, you have a love and a passion you're not worried about, like, you're never looking at your watch being like, is an hour up yet? When you're podcast, you're never being like, oh, I got to get an hour. You just flow. You're just free in the moment, flowing with passion. which is very admirable. And I look at that sometimes and I question myself. Where I'm like, do I have that? I know I've been relatively successful in this, and I do love it. But I'm like, do I have that?
I wonder if therapy is not a good thing for a person like you.
Okay, why do you think?
Because
I've never heard that.
I wonder if like obsessing about your problems makes your problems bigger, and that maybe you just need another thing to focus on that maybe alleviates anxiety, like some kind of like a hardcore workout thing.
Okay.
Do you work out?
Yes.
What do you do?
Well, yesterday I did hot yoga.
That's great.
Yeah, just because I was on the plane, wanted to do the hot yoga, dripping sweat.
That's a
It was
great
crazy.
thing to do.
And then today I did. I ran 2 miles, and then I did with 30-pound dumbbells. I did 1 burpee, 1 press 10 times, ramped that up to 5. So went all the way up to 1, 2, 3. So it was a lot of burpees with that. Then I did farmers carries, ball slams. Thing I was dripping in sweat. I was trying to do that.
Does that help you?
It does. I always feel after a workout great because I was an athlete. I played basketball my entire life to the point where my friends from home are like, you never mentioned basketball, and that's the thing you were known as in the neighborhood. Everybody knew you as basketball. They used to call me Gums because I have big gums. So they would call me Gums, but they would call me Dirk, Little Dirk. Like basketball was my whole
You
life.
have big gums?
See how they're kind of big?
No, you're doing that. I could do that
No,
too.
I know, but when I smile, like I have gingivitis.
Let me see you smile. No, they seem
No,
pretty fucking normal.
No,
I think you're thinking too much.
Well, they
I
used to,
really do.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
well, no, they used to call me Gums. I mean,
Those people are rude.
I've had the same size head and teeth since I'm 7, so I've always looked kind of
So
weird.
your head grew into your teeth?
Yeah, I just was born with this big fat head and big teeth. But they so basketball was an obsession. Then physical therapy, getting my doctorate degree was an obsession.
Right.
And then comedy became an obsession. And I think I have this thing in my head where I know I have to stay in the present, but sometimes I can't help it, where I'm like, well, is this your obsession ending now? And you're going to find another obsession?
Yeah, it's the thinking about the negative possibilities that are dangerous.
Right.
Like I think Elon posted this on Twitter, that having anxiety is literally like having a conspiracy theory against yourself.
Got it. That's pretty. Yeah, that's.
It
I can
is
see
kind
that.
of, because you're like thinking, oh my God, what if this all falls apart? And so
Right.
you're dwelling on that.
But it's weird.
But it's not falling apart.
Right, that's the thing.
Which is what I don't understand.
Which is weird because I feel confident. I don't feel like help me. I feel like I can figure anything out.
Right.
I'm a biological male.
Do you think that maybe the worrying that it's going to fall apart is what keeps you on track? Because you're like, I can't let it fall apart. I have a family. I have a lot of responsibilities.
Yeah.
I have to keep killing. I have to keep doing great.
Right. Yeah. It feels specifically. Yeah. I feel like I do feel like it's all on me with my family. Nobody else in my family works, and I take care of multiple family members, which I'm proud to do. I don't feel like that's a burden. I feel like this is great. This makes me feel, at times when I feel emasculated, that's something that makes me feel masculine. When I'm like, oh, I don't know how to build anything, and I got my girlfriend here putting up sheetrock, and I'm like, I can build fucking walls emotionally. I don't know how to do anything else other than that. I was like, at least I feel like, you know what? I can take care of this family. Like, you rely on me for that. And I guess there is something in comedy, I guess because it's not like a day job, a daily paycheck coming in every 2 weeks, maybe that seeps in. But it's weird because I am very confident. I've always been confident in anything I do. I've always felt like my father would tell me from when I was a little kid, you control your part. You control the output, not the outcome. He said that to me a million times. You control your output, not your outcome. Just control your output. And the outcome is irrelevant. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. I don't care about that. How are you playing? And so I feel like I control my output as best I can, but yet then I sit with these thoughts kind of, they eat at me sometimes, But, and then maybe it comes out in weird ways where I'm like, well, I'll just sell my house, or I have a great family thing right now, but maybe I'll fall in love with the actress from Baby Reindeer. I don't know.
Did you ever talk to anybody before you sold your house? Like talk to one of your friends?
I was able to convince all of them that it was the right move.
And you couldn't have convinced me. I wish I got on the phone
I know.
with you.
I wish you. And I got rid of a great mortgage rate. I really fucked up. So, but I take. I mean, I had 3. I was.
So
I had,
silly.
I had like free money from the bank. I really fucked up. But I'm aware of that, and I'm kind of saying along these lines. I really fucked up. I do believe I've learned a lesson. I do believe that I would never do that again. And I do believe it wasn't fatal for us. But I was like, I've never been that guy. I would manufacture problems in my brain. I would say, oh, this is an issue, but it's minor. It's not. It's self-obsessed, narcissistic, like disgusting. Like, Chris, get over yourself. Self-obsessed bullshit. Get over yourself. I would do that and then kind of tell myself, like, you're being gross. Stop, Chris. Like, your family, you have a pain in your big toe. It's not brain cancer. Shut up. And, your family needs you. And then, so I would do that, but then I actually did give myself a big problem. I had two major problems. I had this house sale, and then I had a family member who really was acting crazy, like crazy, where I was like, this is now a nightmare. This has become an issue. So I'm like, now for the first time in the past 9 months, I'm like, you one self-induced, one not, and you've created, now how do you deal with this?
How do you think you created the problem with your family member acting crazy?
Because I enabled them. I feel
specifically. How'd you do that?
I feel, well, because I was giving them, money. I was not aware that an issue was going on. I was kind of giving them
a drug issue.
Yes, and I was allowing them, like to do things and say things, and I was just like, this is fun. It's chaos, baby. And then not realizing, like, hey man, you're affecting way more. You're going to be the head of this family than be the head of this family. They're going to follow your lead, and your lead right now, no matter how much you tell yourself, I don't do drugs, I don't do drink, I don't drink too much, I'm stable. You're not, buddy. Like, you have to put your feet down right now, and your family's, my 8-year-old she's old enough now to somebody in her class will be like, oh, your dad's the comic, he's pretty filthy. Right. So my daughter is at an age where she's, I've never mentioned them. Nobody knows what they look like. I'm not that. But I'm like, oh, there's responsibilities now. There's repercussions for things we're doing now. My kids, they're not little anymore. My 13-year-old, I have 13, 8, and 2. My 2-year-old's obviously a baby, but 13 and 8, you're going to have to now really, really, really get your shit together. And I think that was scary because nobody really in my family, no male figures at least, even though my father's a great man, nobody really got their shit together, right? I was like, I'm the only one who went to college. I'm the only one who pursued anything. I'm the only one who's ever even owned a home, so even though I sold it immediately. So
how long did you have it for?
About 2 years. And I sold it for way under. My neighbor, who I didn't consult with, was like, why? If you wanted to move, fine. I get it. Staten Island's not for everybody, even though I love Staten Island.
But you ruined the property value.
He was like, yes. He was like, what the fuck? And he was like, you sold it. Who the fuck did you sell this to? And you sold it for hundreds of thousands of dollars less than it was worth.
Why did you do that?
Because I just wanted to get out. I just wanted to move.
So you just accepted the first offer?
Yes. I just needed action. My father his marriage with my mother got ruined because he was a hardcore gambler. Hardcore Gamblers Anonymous.
That's a scary disease.
Yes. Gamble. And my father told me, even before I started doing this, my father was always like, you do not gamble, okay? If I ever see you learning card tricks, if I ever see you knowing what gambling on sports, any of that, you're really going to upset me. And like, this is the only demand I have of you is do not gamble. And what I believe has happened is I don't gamble. I don't even know what the point spreads and the VIGs, and I don't know what any of that means because and card games, you could put cards in front of me. I have no idea what's happening. People talk about, parlay bets. I have no idea what's happening. I don't know it's a foreign language to me. I was like, I'm going to do that. But what I've realized now is, well, of course I'm gambling still. I'm just not playing card games and betting.
You're just taking risks with your life.
I might be taking bigger risks with my life than he could because now he was gambling. Yes, he lost his marriage to my mom, which sucks, but whatever. You gambled, some guys wanted to kill him because he owed money, got taken care of, and then he went to Gamblers Anonymous, and at least he was like, well, I have this disease, and I don't do it anymore. And I respect my dad for that. He got out of it. But I'm like, man, I was going down this path where like, how many more decisions was I going to make? How many more times was I going to gamble? Because I was like, I didn't realize, and this last 9 months, I was like, wow, dude, you really fucking are looking it in the face now. Like, these decisions I mean, dude, when your 8-year-old looks at you like, what the fuck did you do?
Right.
That's all, you know, your mom and dad can tell you shit. Even your wife and girlfriend can tell you shit, which I all love and respect. But your daughter is like, what did you do? Why did you do this to us?
Right.
You kind of have this major wake-up call where it was like...
Yeah, when I moved here, I was very lucky that my kids wanted to move here.
Right, right.
And it was lucky during the time that we moved. There was a real clear reason because LA was fucked.
Right.
And they love it here, so I'm happy. But if they didn't, I'd feel fucking terrible. And if I had sold the house like that,
yep.
Especially if there's a real bagel store
0.9 miles away. Shout out Manor Bagels on Staten Island. They had excellent bagels. Shout them out.
You just didn't know?
Yeah, I didn't know until I
Maybe
sold
you could buy
it.
back into the neighborhood.
I know. Well, that's funny. My girl was like, do you think we can contact the people who bought our home
and buy it back?
And buy it back, even though it's twice the mortgage rate and you'll have to pay more money, like it would make us happy. And I reached out to him and he was like, no, you can't do it. And it's funny, I sold it to, you know, Staten Island's like a funny, the people on Staten Island are great. They really, really are. But like when we first got there, you know, it's like an old school, if you don't know Staten Island, it's like an old school New York City neighborhood. It's like the only borough that is like, you know, kind of like more Republican than anything. Like they are like freedom, like American flag. You will see American flags everywhere on Staten Island. And
Wu-Tang Clan.
And Wu-Tang Clan, right? Wu-Tang is on one part, but you know, and Staten Island, baby. And so they, you know, they're like when I moved in, you know, I come in here, it's me, you know, like, you know, I'm Italian, whatever, but then my whole family's Puerto Rican. And my neighbors, for like the first 2 weeks, just because I didn't know, I told my neighbors that my wife was Italian and my girl was Italian, not Puerto Rican. I swear to God, I told them we were Puerto Rican. And then my neighbor, who's a great guy, he's a doctor, he finally came over to me once and he goes, you know, we know she's Puerto Rican. He said, Chrissy, it's no issue.
Why did you lie about that?
Because I thought that that's what I was supposed to do. And then I sold the house. And again, it's not, you know, I sold the house to a Palestinian family, which, whatever, right? Do they
have Palestinian flags now?
Yes. They are they're very nice people, but I sold them. And now, you know, they're proud of their country. And then, you know, I sold them before this whole shit started popping off. So now that same neighbor's like, way to fucking go. And he'll send me pictures. And then it's funny because like they have a flag outside, and my neighbor got American flag twice as big as theirs, just fucking stamping that.
Nice.
So I'm like, so now I've caused a
community conflict.
Community conflict.
Why don't you just offer them more money, the Palestinians? Maybe they're uncomfortable there.
No, well, so actually what has happened is when I contacted them is they have like multiple family members living in there now. Like they have, so they're like, we can't, this is our house. Like we have to stay, like they have a baby, they have a whole, so, and I fucked up, but I do feel that I'm confident we are getting out of it, and I'm confident in my abilities.
Are you going to go back to Staten Island?
I have been looking at houses on Staten Island. Yes, I have, and we actually we put an offer in on one last week.
You're a fun mess.
Thank you.
It's a fun mess because it's not the worst kind of mess. Like if you were a gambling addict, that's a scary mess.
Or drugs.
Drugs is a scary mess. Yeah, those are scary ones because those people slip away and then they find themselves at OTB and they're fucking betting money they don't have, and they get that rush.
Yeah.
And when you see people that get that gambler's rush, it's just like a drug addict. Like their eyes gloss over. Like they just need that fix. They need that bet. You've seen Uncut Gems, right?
Sure.
Oh,
it's a phenomenal.
Does it give you anxiety?
Oh yeah.
That movie's so good.
So nuts. Well, that's when I watched it with my dad. My dad was like, "This is what life was like.
Yeah.
This is what it was for me."
I knew so many people like that in the pool hall.
Yeah.
That were like that. It's a wild thing to watch because you realize like, oh, it's a drug. You're getting a drug. You're getting this weird anxiety fix.
Right.
This dopamine fix, whatever it is from gambling.
Yeah, and my father, like inadvertently, like, 'cause, you know, my dad loves me, you know, loves me like a phenomenal father, right? They divorced when I was 1. You know, my dad lived on Staten Island, my mom all the way in Queens. If you're not, that's like a 2-hour commute. He didn't have a car. He was taking the ferry and trains and never missed one visitation with me. He was at all my games. But even in the throes of the addiction, like he would take me to the OTB racetrack, and I loved it. He was like, "We're going to watch the horses, Chrissy. You have a yoo-hoo. We'll have fun." But, you know, he would always tell me, you know, you could leave my mother's house, right, where she still lives, and you could go to the right was church, and to the left was the OTB racetrack, but it kind of the church was like at a top of a triangle, so you could go either way and get to the church. And my father told me he'd always be like, when you're going to church with your mother, though, you always go to the right. Okay, you don't walk to the left. Never walk past that OTB with your mother to the right, because he knew that the dirtbags who hung out outside there knew me. And so one day we walked that way, and they all started going nuts. They're like, "There he is, Chrissy. Good luck, John. There he is. There he is." And my mother was like, "How do you know those men? How do you know those men, honey?" And I was like, sometimes Dad walks with me past that way. And then she was like, "You tell me right now, is he taking you into that OTB racetrack?" And then I didn't know what the fuck to do. I had that moment do I side with my mom or side with my dad? And that was, I remember first time feeling anxiety. But one thing about, I just kind of always sided with my dad. So I was like, no, I've never been in there. I don't know how those guys know me. But then of course she found out, and I got in big trouble. But it's what it is.
God damn,
dude. By the way, I love Austin so much. I really do. I got into the car today. You sent a car for me to come here. I appreciate. I get in the car. Real nice suit and tie driver. And then he stepped in dog shit as soon as he got into the car. He's walking, and I see him go, "Oh fuck." And then he steps in dog shit, and he's just driving in the car, and the entire car smells like dog shit. And I said, "Sir, did you step in dog shit?" And he said, "Yeah, I did." And I was like, "Oh, okay." He was like, "You want me to take my shoes off? I can throw them out right here." And I was like, "You'll drive this car barefoot?" He goes, "Absolutely." And I was like, "Nah, dude, it's okay." I was like, "You're willing to drive this car barefoot?" He goes, "You're my customer. I'll drive barefoot for you." And I was like, "Dude, I fucking love it." And then he's waiting for me here. And I was like, "What are you going to do, man?" He was like, "I'm going to find a paper towel, and I'm going to wipe down these shoes. You better believe it ain't going to smell like shit in here when you come back." I was like, "Good for you, dude. Thank you." But full dog shit.
Yeah.
Good people out here.
They're good people out here.
Have you met? Yeah, I mean, there's nut jobs everywhere, though, right?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's lots of crazy people here.
Yeah.
There's crazy people whenever you have a large population. There's 2 million people in this area.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not that much.
No.
That's what's good about it. It's people aren't a burden.
Yes, because you have the space.
Yeah. If you live in New York City, if you live in LA, people become a burden because there's so many of them, you don't appreciate them.
See, the thing with New York, I agree. And New York now, it never felt that way. My whole life there. But recently, New York has become a place, still great, still my home city, but the problems that you would always hear about, people would say, "Oh, it's conspiracy," or you're watching that shit on the news. Now you're actually seeing it. Okay, so for 39 years, I never had not one altercation on the subway or in the streets with any kind of mentally unwell person in New York. There's a lot of crazy people, but they're not really fucking with you. Mm-hmm. 3 times in the past year, I've been physically assaulted or had to defend myself against a mentally deranged homeless person. One time I was walking in the Comedy Cellar, some guy came at me and just put his elbow in my chest, and I had to push him, and he fell over a pile of garbage. I just had to push him as hard as I can, where I'm like, I never dealt with that. And now you're starting to hear people who would always kind of, never, ever, ever even think about voting any other way, but the traditional New York way are I have to now vote another way because it's not safe for me anymore. Right. There's crime, and the cops, I feel bad, man. The cops, if I was a lot of my friends are NYPD. They're like, "Dude, we wanna fucking police. We can't. I can't do anything." My boy was telling me a story. He's like, we were outside the projects, right? He goes, and we see this drug dealer selling drugs, right? We see him. He's selling drugs, and we know he's right there selling drugs. We arrest him. Out. Right away. Out. He goes, then we saw him selling drugs to what we look like a 10-year-old kid. So we arrest him. We arrest this kid. We were seeing a child walk with a bag of drugs. Arrest him, back out. He goes, "So what do you want me to fucking do then?
Right.
I can't keep doing this."
Why do you think they're doing that? Living in New York City, why do you think they're letting people out right away? There's no cash bail, right?
Right. I was told that's by my police friends. I was told that's what it is. It's that law is the big thing. It's this bail law to get out. He said, which doesn't help anyone because
Why was it made?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. It's not well received though. Nobody really. You're gonna in New York now. Even the people who are wearing 40 masks during COVID are like, I don't want my city's like being destroyed now. So now I don't know if that changes in an election, if people will vote I don't know, but I'm like, I see it now for the first time ever. I'm like fully seeing people injecting heroin. It's wild. Even my father, who's like, I grew up in New York, my father's like, I remember New York in the 70s and 80s, which was like nuts. Like, he was like, you would get assaulted. Everybody had AIDS. He was like, this is scarier in New York. I'm more scared of this New York. Because, he said, in the old New York, you knew which neighborhoods. Don't go in that neighborhood. And then you're okay. But this New York, I don't know where that shit's coming from. It's going to pop out of anywhere at any time. And you'll have people that will hear this and be like, you're exaggerating. It's not true. I'm telling you, it's true.
They just haven't run into it yet.
I'm telling you, dude, it's true. And when you are friends with the police, the cops, it's true.
Well, when you saw those illegal immigrants that came here that attacked the police officer and they were out on jail the next day, flashing the bird at cameras.
Yep.
Like, that's crazy. You got someone who illegally enters from another country, assaults a police officer, and they're right back out in the street.
Well, and by the way, nobody, like any race or religion, doesn't want that in New York.
Right.
Like, nobody wants that. Like, that's not a thing that's like, nobody wants that at all. So, like, I don't know what it's going to take to change. I mean, I will tell you that, like, a lot of New Yorkers blame it on Mayor Bloomberg. Like, he's the most hated, ex-Mayor Bloomberg. He's the most hated person.
Really? More so than the last guy? Than de Blasio?
I'm sorry, de Blasio is what I meant to say. I'm sorry, not Bloomberg. De Blasio is what I meant to say. I'm sorry. Right. Mayor de Blasio is hated, like, he's hated more than Satan. Like, people, I was at a gym once in Park Slope, Brooklyn. He was on the elliptical, and he has a security guard standing by him. He was the acting mayor, and, I mean, people were just fucking trashing him as they walked by. Just, I mean, outwardly trashing him because nobody gives a shit. We were like, the one guy was like, you fucking suck, and by the way, that's a girl's machine. That's a girl's machine.
Elliptical's a girl's machine?
That's what they said. And I was like, it's not.
Nobody's ever said that to me.
Yeah. They said it's a
I
girl's.
use elliptical machines.
I mean, dude, they wouldn't say it to you. But they said it was a girl's machine. And I saw one of the security guards go like this. He just did that little laugh. And then, but people hate him, and they blame a lot of what's happened in New York on him.
Well, he was definitely a fool.
Sure.
He was a weird fool. First of all, that's not his real name, right? He's not
No.
Italian. De Blasio is not his real name. It's like some sort of a German name. What's de Blasio's real name?
It's like Wilhelm, I think,
Yeah,
is it?
something very like Nazi.
Wilhelm.
Well, what's really crazy is that video where he was doing that thing trying to get people to get vaccinated, and like you get a free burger, so he's eating a burger. Does fries come with this?
Yeah,
Warren Wilhelm Jr.
Yeah. And he just divorced his wife, which she also stole. They said like $80 million or something like that went missing.
Yeah.
That's gone. So they hated her. Now they're divorced. It's one of those things though where I just got to stay there. It's just home. If I wasn't. Yeah, well, especially after what I told you I just did, I can't now uproot the family to Austin. As much as I want.
Are you thinking about it?
Yeah, well, when I come here, I'm like.
Are you renting right now?
We're renting right now. I can't take my kid out of school though again. I can't do it
school's
to my.
Almost over.
Yeah, but my kids have went to. Now you're making me think about it. Give me an edible.
Don't do it.
Okay.
Don't do it. But
this is only 10? Because 5 puts
10.
me on my ass.
No, this is only 10.
Should I eat half or eat the whole thing?
10, you'll be fine.
Are you positive?
No.
Okay.
I'm not positive in anything about you.
Thank you.
Other than you like trans girls' feet.
Yeah.
I'm pretty positive about that. I don't think you'd lie.
I wouldn't lie. That's the one thing about me. I make shit up. I exaggerate shit. A lot of my comedy stories and stuff, exaggerate it.
Right.
When it comes to shit like that, I won't lie.
Yeah.
I'll tell
No,
you
I
the truth
believe you. This is a good place to live, but I don't think you should uproot your family again.
Yeah.
Unless you can convince them. Once they come here and they really like it.
Well, Jasmine, my girl, has told me, you can move us again in 5 years, okay? 5 years.
That's not a good time to move them.
Well,
no, that's a bad time.
Well, why? Because she's saying our 13-year-old will be through high school.
Yeah, but then the other one,
8-year-old will be going into high school.
Yeah,
so
you don't want to move them like at high school.
You don't think moving them in 8th grade?
I think before, this is my personal opinion. I might be wrong for whoever is listening to this that's about to move their kid. Because listen, my family moved me to Newton, Massachusetts from Jamaica Plain for my first year of high school, and it was actually good.
Mm-hmm.
It was good because Jamaica Plain was fucking sketchy. Jamaica Plain, which is nice now, it's like they've done, as Boston expanded, like they sort of like made they renovated a lot of places
Sure.
and added. Jamaica Plain is like a much more calm neighborhood. When I was there in the 1970s, it was sketchy as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
It was sketchy. It was like I think we moved there in 78 or 79. It was fucking weird. You know, it was dangerous. I had dangerous neighbors. These kids were they were already having sex. Like, I was 11, and they were like,
Jesus.
I remember this kid was telling me, like, you don't even know how your dick goes in a pussy. You probably think it goes in straight. I'm like, it doesn't?
Yeah.
He's like, it goes up. I go, it goes up. What? I thought, you know, I'd never seen like no girls had ever shown me their vagina when I was 11. But they were trying to explain to me that it's like, I guess I wasn't 11. I guess I was 13.
Okay.
So it was like we only lived in Jamaica Plain for a year and a half. Yeah. I think we moved there before school. I think I went through the summer, and then I went to school was sketchy. So this is where I went to 8th grade. I went to this like public school in Jamaica Plain. We didn't have any money. It was a shitty area. But the kids were like 17 in the 8th grade, and they would show up for the first days of class and then quit. And it was just like they had dropped out so many times. Here they were, the age where they should be graduating, and they're not even in high school yet.
Wow.
It was weird.
Is that you think got you into martial arts then? You feel like you had to defend yourself in some ways?
I definitely was. I felt super vulnerable, but I didn't get into martial arts until the next year. But it was.
What'd you do? Did you lose your virginity first or get into martial arts first?
Martial arts.
Nice.
Yeah. Actual sex. I mean, I'd been fondled by a lady. She was 21. I was 13. That was a lot of fun.
Oh, that's interesting.
She's very pretty.
Yeah, I believe it.
But nothing hardcore serious, not like sex until I was like 16.
16? I was 17.
15. I guess I was almost 16.
First time I ever had sex, went raw dog, didn't pull out.
Yep. Jesus. First time?
I didn't know what to do.
Oh, my
First
goodness.
time.
Nobody talked to you?
No. A very Catholic family, wouldn't speak to me about these things.
Raw dog, not pulling out.
Not pull out.
Everyone's so fertile at that age.
Dude,
oh
and she was half Jamaican, half Italian.
Boy.
Very
super
beautiful.
fertile.
Beautiful girl. We actually were on the same basketball team. We were playing
Whoa.
basketball together, and she had already had sex.
I've never seen a horse like that before.
No, and never will again, I fancy. There's only one of him, and he's it. He's the horse of a different colour you've heard tell about. And a couple of tra-la-las. That's how we laugh a day away in the merry old land lunch and then until we're done. Jolly good fun! Ha ha ha! Ho ho ho! And a couple of tra-la-las. That's how we laugh a day away in the merry old land of Oz. Ha ha ha! Ho ho ho! Ha 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 la la! That's how we laugh a day away with a ho ho ho! Ha ha ha! In the merry old land of Oz. Tat tat here, tat tat there, and a couple of brand new straws. That's how we keep you young and fair in the merry old land of Oz. Rub rub here, rub there, whether you're tin or bras. That's how we keep you in repair in the merry old land of Oz.
We can make a dimple smile out of a frown. Can you even dye my eyes to match my gown? Uh-huh. Jolly old town. Clip, clip, there, clip, clip, there. We give the roughest cry.
That Satan heir of savoir faire in the merry old land of Oz.
That's how we laugh the day away in the merry old land of Oz. That's how we laugh the day away in
Hi, guys. Welcome back to another episode of Rachel Interrupted, a podcast where we're not really sure what goes on or what we're really doing, but we're here. And what? You didn't like that?
No.
Why?
Well, I just thought it's like, you don't have to know what's not going on. That's not the point. Actually, we're explaining exactly what has been going on.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
I'll take
great.
that.
Perfect.
And we're back.
This is our third episode. We dropped 2 in the last 2 weeks. We're just
I should say-
enjoying the process.
Yep. And I should say, I think we should say thank you to everybody that's listened and subscribed already. 2 in. We're people are commenting nice things. I don't think we've had any negativity. Which,
Not yet.
Are you guys okay? I know that there's dormant negativity that's just waiting to explode.
No, it's been very supportive for the most part.
Yeah, and I know Rachel appreciates it. I appreciate it, and let's get into it, man.
Okay.
Rachel Interrupted, episode 3, Trace.
We haven't given up yet.
Nope, any day now.
I did try though. I've tried like several times.
Oh yeah, you think Rachel wanted to come out today when she saw it, when you texted her and she was like, "Oh, I forgot. Like I don't want to." I dragged her ass.
I forgot. I really did, and I was having a not a great morning.
Usually what happens with Rachel when she comes back into town after not being in town, that first morning waking
Reality
up
sets
is
in.
a meltdown.
I woke up yesterday staring at the beach in the ocean, and today I woke up and I'm like, what am I doing with my life?
Yeah, I'm always scared to pick her up because it's not like, babe, I know she misses me. She tells me she misses me while she's gone. And then when I pick her up, she's usually not happy to be back because she's normally coming from something like paradise.
Yeah.
And when the reality sets in,
It's hard to leave paradise.
yeah.
That's why I extended my vacation, because I went to Anguilla for 5 days on a bachelorette party, which was funny because every day Matt was waiting for me to call him with some drama or like somebody's fighting. And so was the bride's fiance was like, what's does anyone, they were both all the men were just curious of how long we were going to go until like something catastrophic happened between the group. But out of 9 people, we all got along and it was really, really fun. We had 5 magical days in Anguilla and I got to go on a boat. I was snorkeling. I was looking at fish. I did one of those, I don't know what they're not like sea-doos, but you put half your body on it. I don't know what they're called, but they're like.
Is it the thing that they use to
put,
like?
You control your hands on it. I'm trying to.
Does it go underwater?
It can go underwater,
Yeah,
but it can
right.
go. It's like almost like a small sea-doo.
No, it's like for when you're scuba diving.
Maybe, yeah. But you can just ride around. It's motorized or whatever. I forget what they're called, but it was awesome. And yeah, it was like one of those. Yeah. But
And you're going under with it?
you can go down. Yeah, it's like the yellow one right there. All the way. Nope. Down. Like, nope. With the guy underwater. Right. Like
The red
next
one.
to the red one. I forget what those are called, but yeah, that's essentially what they are. Sea Bob. Yeah, Sea Bob. That's what we rented. It was so fun. I've never seen the ocean so clear. Google Anguilla. Do people see this when they watch? Okay, I'll show you where I was. Anguilla beaches. I've never seen water so clear before in my life. And pictures don't do it justice.
Right.
Like you have to really, really be there. And everyone in Anguilla is so nice. And the food was good. The drinks were good. Rosé all day. Everyone was drinking, what are those called? Daiquiris. We went on the boat one day and they took us to one of those like sandbar islands. And they have a restaurant bar on this sandbar island. But the thing is, the island disappears every 5 days because of the ocean.
So I was like, what happens?
What rating does it have?
But I'm also like, what happens if you get fired while you're working on the island? Like, you just have to wait for the next boat. I asked the bartender, I'm like, do you guys ever just wish you could quit? And then, but you can't because you have to wait.
I'm leaving, and then you swim back.
There's no, yeah, it's like literally, it's magical. It's a sandbar in the middle of the ocean, and they pack it up, and yeah, that I don't forget what it's called, but
does it look like that though? Does
kinda,
it look
yeah,
like?
it kind of looks like that, where it's a little sandbar in the middle of the ocean. You have to take a boat to it, and but it gets covered every 5 days by. It looks kind of like that, actually, that little sandbar right there. But I was like, whenever I'm just having a sad moment, I'm just gonna picture myself on this beach that disappears every 5 days.
And when I saw the pictures of Rachel and this blue clear water and paradise, I was like, yeah, she's for sure gonna hate coming home.
Yeah.
And I embraced it.
Mm-hmm.
I was like,
it's hard because I used to live in Florida, and I was there for college, and you get used to like that whole vibe. Like, a lot of my friends didn't have to work, and a lot of the people down there moved to retire, so it's very uninspiring and not motivating, and you can get lost in the island vibe of everything.
That's a great point, and that's why I think that New York hustle is so important, because it's so uncomfortable that it is inspiring. Rising in a really shitty, I don't know, call it shitty, but it's an old clunky town. You know what I mean? I only bring up New York because it's like the opposite of this.
I want to be
so much inspiration
I want to
there.
be an Anguilla comedian. Yeah, I think I'm gonna open up a comedy shack in Anguilla, and that's gonna be my new identity. But then I ended up, so we flew back, and the flights kept getting delayed because of the weather in Miami. And my flight to Austin from Miami, because that's where the layover was, kept getting delayed. And it's like, all I need is that one extra push to not get on the plane. I don't want to sit in a Miami airport for 3 hours when I have friends there, and I can just. So yeah, I called Matt, and I was like, I'm just gonna stay an extra couple days.
Well,
so
you didn't call me. You texted me your flight back, and it was a different day. And I'm like, okay, well, she decided she's going to stay. And then she calls me, and she's like, I miss you. I'm like, no, you don't.
I miss you, but I'm also staying in Miami a few days. Two things can be true. So I stayed in Miami a few days. I stayed with my friend Emmy. She and I went to college together, and I got to see my friends Brittany and Amanda Green, my neighbor from Los Angeles. She's from Miami, and she moved back to be with her mom. She's in between. So I got to see a lot of like my friends. I saw my childhood friend Siobhan. I've known her since we were 10, and we all went out on a boat together because I needed another boat day. So we went on the boat in Miami, and that was really, really fun. Ate at this really good restaurant called Il Mulino, this Italian restaurant I would love to take you to. I feel like you should be saying this to me. I'd love to take you to this nice Italian restaurant in Miami, super romantic. And the lighting is very dark, but you can see the ocean out the window, and it's really cool. And then, so that's where I was, but a week or so prior, Matt and I went home because we had a college show to do at UCSB, my first college show. And Matt and we drove out there, and we both were kind of like, oh, this is gonna suck for sure.
Well, I don't know what college kids think is funny. And it's
mainly because he didn't go to college, but
I did not. I don't really relate to that. But we get there, and it was sloppy. They didn't know some of the people were late, and I don't think. I mean, it worked out. I mean, it
wasn't sloppy. These kids are amazing. The girl who runs it, she's running a college. They have a comedy club at this college, UCSB, where they go and they do mics and they do shows, and then they started putting on shows with bigger comedians to bring the bigger comedians to UCSB. And the girl who hosted, I feel bad. Was it Caroline or what?
I think so.
She was so funny. She was so good. She's so young, cute, came with material, talked about like politics and current events, talked about her life. I mean, just exactly what a comedian should be doing. And it's crazy that so many people don't do that. And she just like gets it. And then she had like 2 other kids on the show. They were more improv kids.
They both opened with, "Do you guys like impressions?"
Yeah, it was adorable to see. I mean, you know, very green, but she killed it. And then it was me, Matt, Steph Tolev, and
Chappelle Lacey. And you know what's cool about this too, because with these kids, I was kind of worried that it was going to be, you know, all I know of colleges is the stuff I hear about them being very PC, and
it was not like that.
And
the
I do
girl
comedy.
was very edgy.
Oh yeah, I mean, at one point I was like, I wrote a set for these kids, and I was like, and you know, I'm not putting in a lot of the, I guess you could call it dark stuff, edgy stuff, whatever. But then like midway through, I'm like, you know what? I think I'm gonna drop the hammer. These kids seem to get it.
Yeah, and it was like a bunch of kids, and there was like 2 old people, and Steph Tolev immediately called them out and was like, "What are you doing here?" You know? And it turned out to be like a really fun show. A lot of people, a lot of kids showed up. It was in this like auditorium, and it was really a really fun show. And then when we came back, I got up on potluck at the Comedy Store, friends and family. Matt had a set at the store while we were gone, or while we were there. And then I had originally while I was staying there in LA for that extra week in between the CSB shows, because I got an audition for JFL. It was my first time auditioning for JFL, and I was really excited because my spot was going to be in the belly room at the Comedy Store, where I feel super comfortable to, you know, like get up and do 5 minutes. And 2 days before, Matt wakes me up and he goes, "Is this real?" And he shows me an article where it said JFL is going bankrupt or something. And I was like, let me see, because it looked like an Onion article. And sure enough, obviously, you know, we all got the news that JFL's going in a different direction, as you say in the business. So they canceled the JFL auditions, but they said that we could still come and do our spots, because I think it just was too difficult for the venues to like fill. You know, I think UCB's entire week was dedicated to JFL auditions. So they would have had to like book all new it just would have been crazy. So they're like, come still do your spots. Some people were flying into town just for their 5-minute spot, because I saw the lineup and someone's name had been crossed off, and it was because they didn't want to fly in for a 5-minute spot. But it was still cool because there were still industry there, and I ended up meeting the talent booker for JFL. She was really cool. Or I didn't meet her, but I connected with her on social media. She saw me get up, and so that was, you know, cool. It's always good to still, I think, do your spots and show up and just show face, because no matter what, you still never know who's in the audience, and you never know what that person is going to be in charge of someday.
Let's talk about the significance of that, though, of JFL, which is the festival. You know, it's the industry standard. What are those agents? How else on that weekend are they gonna get fucked up and cheat on their wives?
Well, I just wanted to know, like, if I could be, like, JFL is one of those things where it's like, if you're gonna do any festival in comedy, like, aside from, like, the Skank Fest and the ones that are, like, really, like, the fun festivals, this is more of, like, the, you know, to see and be seen, I guess, in terms of like industry, even though industry I think does go to Skankfest and like all of the other festivals. This was one where I was like, oh, this would be really cool to add to my resume as a comedian.
To me, JFL was always like what I imagined Christmas was like for the Jews. Every year it comes around, but I don't get to celebrate. I'm not one of the, you know, every year I've seen it come and go, and I've never put in any efforts. I'm not blaming JFL, but what was sad was, like, I can imagine as a Jewish child, when Christmas comes around, maybe like, you know, like you'd want to be one day, I hope I get to have a Christmas. And what if they canceled Christmas?
Just for Jews. That's the new name of the festival. It was just for laughs. Then it was just for fun. Now just for juice.
I hope it comes back because it's like, not to say, like, look, yeah, I would love to take a whack at that festival, but also, even if I'm not on it, it's like this normalcy that I'm so accustomed to. I hope it lives on. You know what I mean?
One
It's
thing
pretty
that
sad.
I've noticed is all the same industry people go to these festivals. They go to the same festivals. You're seen by the same. You know what I mean? It's.
But it goes to show what does prestige really mean? Because that was the most prestigious festival, and now they can't even afford to keep the doors open. Like, we're the ones that idealize these things, these festivals, these clubs, and it's like, at the end of the day, there will always be stuff like that. There will always be a bunch of agents getting drunk in some foreign land, making horrible choices, but then every now and then finding the next big thing, and like, that will always exist. It's just sad that, like, JFL, it's like, dude, they're online on YouTube, so much great stand-up. They've posted so much great stand-up clips that I hold so dear, and to think that they couldn't keep the doors open.
In conclusion, we'd really love to be a part of your festival sometime when you guys
Have
get
me over sometime.
When you guys, financially come.
Canadians love me, the French tolerate me, and agents don't know me. But that could all be remedied by having Matt and Rachel at your festival. Hey, can I ask you a question about your vacation? How long into it until you started missing me? Ooh, it's a thinker.
I'm trying to think back because I think there was a moment. Yeah, I was probably like, maybe when I was going to bed one night, and I was like, I wish I was going to bed in our bed with Matt and Gomez. But it is really nice waking up to this ocean. So if I have to like settle for that, then
I can't compete with the ocean. Which day was that?
Oh, probably like the second day.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And then I woke up to the ocean. I was like, never mind.
Matt can't do this.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes Matt smells like the ocean.
Yeah. But, yeah, and then I just...
And he gets crabs.
What?
No, I don't know. I've never gotten crabs, for the record. I'm making an ocean
now
joke.
people are going to think I gave you crabs.
Moving on. Okay. So then you go from there, you miss me dearly, and then you start to remember that Matt can't do this. When you get to Miami, how's that vibe change from the foreign vibe?
I miss Miami. I mean...
Did you like Miami more?
No, I liked them both separately. Like, man, I really feel like I could live in South Florida again. And you know what? The Stand is opening up a club down there.
Yeah.
I think the Creek should open up a club down there. The Ocean in the Cave.
I was just gonna say that.
The Sea in the Cave.
She's brought it up? Yeah, I mean, dude, it's not
Rebecca,
a bad...
you say the words, I will go. If you build it, I will come. I will come to the ocean. I swear, all it takes is a couple comedy clubs to open up in Miami for me to turn to Matt and be like, let's get the fuck out.
Yeah, I'd like to...
Let's go. Go where the wind takes us south.
Yeah, because we go there once a year. We've gone there to do...
I'm out of all the terrain, see, Matt is a desert beach person. And so am I, but there's something about the ocean that really, because we're all made up of mostly water. And I think there's something about humans and the ocean. And some, really love the ocean more than others. I can't imagine anyone who doesn't like the beach. I had an ex who didn't really care for the beach. I thought that was weird, But I think that being by water is healing. And imagine doing comedy. You go to the beach during the day and you tell jokes at night.
Yeah, that'd be great. And hey, I'm a beach guy. All right, I lived by the beach my entire life. This is the furthest I've lived away from the beach.
Well, the thing about Miami is why it's kind of like Vegas in that there's so much other ways that people go there to get entertainment. It's not like here, people come here and there's a music scene and there's nothing really else other than barbecue and music to Austin, in my opinion, and downtown. And then Rogan created this whole huge comedy scene that existed a little bit before, but he kind of put like heroin into it, and now it's a comedy tourism scene. And I feel like, it's harder to do that in places like Vegas and Miami because there's so many options for tourists, and you have to be a comedy fan to choose comedy. Like people who just are like, oh, like in Vegas, they end up at comedy shows because they just need a place to be drunk. And it's like those are kind of
sober up.
Or exactly, and those are some of the worst audiences. Like Miami is people like to dance. They want to be on drugs. They want to be doing cocaine. They don't want to hear people talking.
Right.
They want to hear.
They want to do the talking.
No, they want to hear. They want to hear like Skrillex. You know, like that. Or
well,
like,
we fucking kill it. I'm not gonna take away from the shit we
that
do
if
there.
they opened up clubs in places like West Palm and Boca and Fort Lauderdale, you know, on the outskirts of Miami, like almost in like the local,
Yeah, that's
you know,
what I'm
like
saying.
Coral Gables or
What's that part that where maybe it is where Gramps
well,
is
actually,
at.
I think that's where Miami Improv is in Coral Gables. I don't know it. but
Okay, Gramps is like a club that we play there. It's a nightclub, and they have
Gramps is
this little room where
in Wynwood.
In Wynwood, I like that vibe.
Yeah, it's an.
I feel like that's what I'm saying. That is of the arts. Like maybe more things in there, just like how 6th Street downtown has like all sorts of different comedy clubs. If they created like a scene in that part of Miami, because I think like when I was there, I felt like these people are kind of like, these are like my people here. Because I'm not of that like night culture, the where the music sounds like a robot swallowing. Like I don't see how that's at all fun. But then again, I don't do enough coke, so
Yeah.
there's these. It takes one. I don't think there's one without the other. You know. But if they sprinkled in some comedy, I think anywhere. I think literally anywhere. I think if you go to Moscow and they put an improv there,
If they build a comedy
they
scene,
may not laugh loud. They just laugh.
Oh
like,
man, if a comedy scene moves down to South Florida, like if the Stand's doing it, then I feel like other places are gonna follow. I really do.
Yeah,
Because
maybe.
because comics are gonna want multiple places to the scene is there is comics there who want a scene,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and there needs to be places that foster a scene, and that comes from venues
And it's like
comedy clubs.
it's like a place like anything. It only takes the bar being high for a scene to thrive. It's not just it's like if the comedians there are great, and then maybe like a few like stars come in. But if there's greatness around and everybody, this is the bar, you want to be at least this good. And if there's thriving, you can't be the best.
It's more than just a weekender club, though. That's what these clubs are, like the Improv and stuff. That's where they get the big headliners
no
that
doubt.
come in for
Yeah.
the weekend. Like, there's really no, you know what I mean? Like, they need to foster a scene within the scene. Like, of course, have the headliners come in, but you know they should have local comics open for them.
Yeah,
like,
there's like good comics from Florida.
Yeah,
and if like
and they're moving here, at least the ones from like Tampa and Orlando. But even in Miami, like, yeah, they have an improv, but like the scene, there's no like scene. You know, I mean, it's still forming itself. Like there's no cohesiveness really.
Yeah.
So all it takes is a few clubs that are willing to host some mics and hire door guys and like really care about building a scene. All it takes is one club. That's essentially what the Mothership did, was put life into a scene that was begging for, you know what I mean? Like,
well, there was already pieces in place.
Existed, but
It's
it
like
brought everything together.
I don't think if it was just the Mothership, this would literally just be like a road town.
No, it's like the domino effect. Like, the Mothership came, then Sunset came, you know, and then the Creek was here, and like all together, like these clubs started like moving down here and fostering a scene. Like, it was injecting life into it.
And then good comedians moved here.
Right? Like, you know, Wise Guys opening up in Vegas was really good because they do host open mics, and Wise Guys has multiple locations, and if you can get in with that club, you'll have more opportunities. But that's one of the only clubs that is really doing it. Like the Las Vegas or the LA Comedy Club, they have their local comics that they fuck with, which is, you know, like a handful of the good comics that are there, like the Jimmy McMurrins and the Jamals and like you know, Jocelyn Sharp. Like, they have a handful of comics, but that does not maketh a scene. You know what I mean? Like,
you say maketh?
It doesn't maketh a scene. Like,
wow, why don't you talk like that more?
I know.
I've never heard you sound so medieval.
Thank you.
It's mostly just evil.
Yeah. To scene or not to scene. but I don't.
Seen or not.
I
Just
don't
wanna be
know. I
seen.
just hope that more scenes emerge as time goes on, because I would love to live in other places and be able to like, you know,
Dude, I
be
think
part
like
of different
stand-up
scenes.
comedy though, it's like any kind of like, you know, life form that's indigenous to that land. It's indigenous to Earth, and so like, I mean, even during the pandemic, that we were still fucking sneaking it in there, and people were coming in herds. And this was before like, you know, any vaccine or anything. This is like people just need to come in here and laugh and go home. That's hilarious. That no matter what, you could take away everything. People are still gonna want this. So why they would want it everywhere? Like you just got to think about the locals. It's all about the locals. Like whoever's in that town, they matter. These people here, and they're young, and they matter, and that's why. And this scene, since it's so brand new, like as far as at this level, it's like one of like now there's actually 3 huge comedy scenes now, and that's because this place started building. It was already here. Then a club came in with a lot of money and got more formal, which attracted bigger comedians. And now all you needed was the bigger comedians here, you know. And then boom, now we're talking about Austin. It's the comedy capital. I mean, whatever you want to think. Like it's literally because of the comedians in the club, the community. You could do that anywhere. And Miami would be a great place to do that, because then you could also like
I saw that they have
go
this.
into the beach.
I was walking with my friend. She was walking her dogs, and they had these signs up on the beach for a cat colony that lives in the bushes on the beach. And like, I guess like people are the only people who are certified to feed them should be feeding them. Like they get fed, but they don't want random people just like feeding them. And I look in the bushes and there's like a gray cat, and there was a cat that like looked like it could be related to my cat.
Dude, I want to be homeless there.
And no, you don't. It's way too hot.
But I got cats
I would,
everywhere.
but
It's
I
like,
would be a cat if I was a cat. I would want to be like.
I'll get in the
beach cat.
water, by the way. If it's too hot, I go in the ocean, come back,
No.
cuddle some kittens.
No, it's but I thought that was really cool that there's just this like colony of cats that live on the beach amongst the people of Miami. It's so cool.
Miami, man. Sounds
So
enchanting.
cute.
But that's what you get for being at the little
But that's
last
why
sliver
I
closest
stayed,
to the equator.
I stayed an extra few days because I just needed the sun, the heat, the vibes. I love the vibes in Miami.
Yeah. But then you think living there, like if
I
you
did
live,
I lived
no,
in
but,
South Florida
but
for
like
5 years.
if you were, but you, the thing you said about the lack of inspiration.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that says a lot. I mean, that's okay. If you want to live there and just like live off into the sunset and you don't have ambition, Miami's the place for you. Did he?
And he said it was uninspiring because it was too easy and shit.
Well,
Yeah.
that's it. What like
And in
it's
Miami.
hard because like I was one of the only people out of my friends in college because I worked at the restaurants. When I was in college, I just worked in restaurants. I've worked in restaurants my whole life basically, and I was like, oh, none of my friends have jobs and they just are out partying every night and they're like getting addicted to drugs and like.
You're like rich kids, huh?
Just like, yeah, I mean,
Their
like
parents just-
ungodly rich though, like rich on a level of like kids of corporations, or like we would have a lot of like diplomats from other countries that would send their kids to like South Florida to go to
Their
school.
kid's such a piece of shit. They're like, why don't you go be a piece of shit with all the other pieces of shit?
I
You
like
fit right in.
I grew up like middle to upper class, and I had my first car
No,
wasn't.
you're upper. That's upper.
My
You think it's
first
middle
car-
because there's like billionaires kids you hang out with.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like they're on such a that's not middle class. It's not even middle to upper. It's
Gotcha.
completely upper.
Undisputable.
Like it's like money. When I'm driving around South Florida and you're looking at these mansions on the beach, you realize like how much money there is in the world and how you're not making like and what wealth really means. Like my parents, we lived in a nice house. they bought me my first car, they paid for college. That's one thing. These people, the kids own yachts. Their first cars are like Mercedes, Bugattis. There were kids driving Maybachs through, like, that's wealth that I'm like stupid money. You know, like I still care about how much I look at how much things cost, you know, like my parents raised me to look at how much things cost. Like, these people get offended if you are like implying how much something would cost, like crazy wealth.
But that's why they're uninspired, because what is their...
Well,
it's boring.
It's no, because you see how sad it is to not
They all have
anything.
mental problems.
You see how sad it is to not have anything to strive for when you just have everything at your fingertips. Like,
That's why we need more, like...
My parents never made it seem like I didn't have to work. Like, these kids were never given any kind of like expectation that was something, work ethic. You know what I mean? Like, my parents instilled in me work ethic, and that no matter what, you're gonna have to work for it. Like, these kids, their parents just sent them to college because that's something you're supposed to do. That's what's expected of you after high school, is to give them an experience of college, not to give them an education for them to, like, because they were going to end up working for the family company anyways.
Right.
But yeah, that was it's hard to it's hard to stay motivated when you're the only one who seems to be like, you know, my boss, I remember when I was in college, I worked for a hospitality company. It was called Pizza Fusion. And I used to work for his restaurant in downtown Boca Raton, and I was a hostess there. And then he hired me to come do marketing for his pizza company. And he's one of the dopest bosses I've ever had. Gave me my first start in marketing, starting my own marketing business in South Florida. But sometimes, you know, we would go out for liquid lunches, and he would take me to one of his restaurants where we would go and have like a liquid lunch. You know, we would eat, try the new thing on the menu. We would have some drinks and not go back to work. And it's like, it sounds awesome, but it's like, okay, like after a while, you know, there was also no other, there was no, I was like the only marketing girl. There was no other, I couldn't like be promoted any more than I already was.
So when he takes you out and you guys just get drunk, like, does that kind of like, do you have to, like, what if you don't feel like drinking? Is that part of the job, is what I'm saying?
No, it's not part of the job. It was just like,
you're still clocked in.
Yeah, I was on salary.
Oh my God. And would there be like, is this spontaneous, like impulsive, like, hey,
no, it wouldn't. It would just be like the office. He would take the office out for lunch, which would be me and like the receptionist, Claudia, who was like an older woman who's really funny. And we would go to one of his restaurants downtown because he owned multiple restaurants. This one in particular was the one that I used to hostess at. And it would all just be part of, like, he's still, you know, it's part of the job would just be go there, try the new menu item. You know, we were talking about
get hammered.
I mean, that's when you work in hospitality, and when you're in Florida, that's the vibe.
See,
that's what I'm saying.
Sometimes like sometimes partying is part of a serious job.
That's what I'm saying. That's what it is in Florida. Partying is the job. That's part of the job, like having a good time, drink.
Like,
you know,
what's that? Networking, but like it's like consultants. My dad and both my brothers are consultants. My brother was telling me about so one of my dad's friends has mentored my brother, and he was like selling what consulting is to him, and he said consulting is sexy. Like, it's sexy. Client comes into town, you're like, hey, got reservations at the steakhouse, we're gonna go. There's literally it's accounted for in the company, you know, in the big cash pot. There's this much money that goes to get this guy fucking hammered, see if he finds some, you know, like whatever he's into, so that way he'll stay. You know, it's super manipulative, but
client relations.
Client relations. But getting that job, being that guy, like that interview must be awesome.
I mean,
They're like,
it was cool because it's a job you have in college.
you have to
and
fill
I'm
it out. Like,
working
is this guy fun?
in
Like,
hospitality?
it's
but
like, how much? What's your favorite drink?
But when you're, when you're young and you're just getting started, it's hard to be motivated in South Florida when people move there to die, literally. So, yeah, but I miss it. And while I was there,
The boss is interviewing the guy. It's like, have you ever lost your car? And he's like, oh yeah. And he's like, well, pretty good. All right. Like, this is going well.
While I was there in
Have
Florida,
you ever cheated on your whole family? Well, yeah, So okay. Hey, no more. I just need to know that you're right for the job.
And
not
scene.
trying to learn your life story, but
and scene.
just want to make sure we can hang.
I'm trying to end your scene.
All right.
Okay, so while I was there, Matt tried to watch an episode of Quiet on Set, and I told him to wait for me, but I ended up watching it anyways.
She basically cheated on me. I felt betrayed.
This brings us to our triggers of the week.
I felt betrayed because I just told you I want to watch the show, and you said don't, and I wait for me, and that made me feel safe. Like you want to share this with me because I love you, Matt, and I'm.
We have Vanderpump Rules. We have The Valley.
You want to watch those? I only watch those because I love you. I hate those fucking shows. I mean, I get addicted and then I give a shit, but I fucking hate them. This show I really wanted to see. I was super excited. I was seeing all the stuff on Twitter, and I was like, I'm gonna watch this tonight, and I was all alone. I thought that'd be nice. One of these nights I'm gonna come home early and watch this. And you said, no, wait for me, and I did, and you watched all of them with your friends.
Yeah, but I didn't there was time. It was so loud.
Like,
There's
whose idea was it?
So many people over. I don't know.
Was it your
I
idea
don't
to watch
think
it?
I think it was like everyone's
Did you think
idea.
of me?
Yes, I did think of you.
What did you think?
I was like, Matt's gonna be really upset when he finds out that I watched this.
And then you're like, but then again, I
But to
don't
be
care
fair,
how
it
Matt
wasn't
feels.
like I didn't watch it the way that I wanted to watch it.
You're
There
like,
was
it's-
multiple people over. People were talking. Like I was getting up. I wasn't like fully paying attention the way. Like that's why last night when we were watching it, I was hearing things that I didn't hear before, and that's the second episode.
Right.
And I was like, I don't remember hearing any of that stuff. And I remember when I was watching, I was like, oh, I'm gonna really watch it with Matt. So
Yeah, I just
and
felt
we started.
like,
So yeah, so we've been getting through Quiet on Set.
yeah.
And so I was an all that kid. I loved all that, and I even wanted to be on all that. And I even remember looking up how to try to audition as a kid. But I wanted to I really if I could go back as a kid, I would have just gone for it.
Yeah, I mean, all that was my SNL, and when I'm a little boy, and I'm like, I love comedy already.
No, you know what? I take it back. I would have just gone for it. I'm glad I did it.
Well, I asked my mom too, and I wanted to go.
I'm glad I didn't.
I
In
wanted to get on
retrospect,
all
'cause
that.
look at what happened. Look at what I mean. Listen,
I
I
would've
was talking about this with my friend Emmy. Who the fuck likes hanging out with kids other than weirdos? I don't know anyone who's like full-on desire is like, oh, I just love hanging out with children. Have you met children? Have you sat on an airplane? No one just likes kids unless you're fucking weird. And if you, I'm sorry, it just, none of this came as a surprise to me. It's all just more of a disappointment. But because they have this other documentary called The Orange Years that Matt and I watched, and it was all about all the Nickelodeon, basically the entire history of Nickelodeon and how it started. And to be honest, there were a lot of women behind the scenes on Nickelodeon that were making our favorite shows or were a part of it. And I thought that was really cool. But this is a whole other side to it that makes it, because we were watching the first or second episode, and they're talking about certain sketches and all that I remember in the characters, and they're so inappropriate. And I'm like, am I being too PC, or is this okay for children to be exposed to, and it's clearly not, because what makes me uncomfortable now as an adult is you can see how uncomfortable the kids are in some of these sketches. Like the kid who is getting peanut butter licked off his body by the dogs in the sketch, he's like, I don't like this, I'm uncomfortable. Like that is not funny.
That's child abuse. Yeah, I think it's also
it's humiliation. What they were doing is humiliation.
Yeah.
And it's funny because as someone who's participated in, you know, being a part of Jackass, there's a difference when you do it to kids, because kids don't know any better and they trust the adults to have their best interests. Whereas with Jackass, I know these people do not have my best interests, and I'm okay with that, and I'm consenting to that, and like I'm consenting to be humiliated. Or
it's kind of crazy that they're more gentle in Jackass than they were.
It seems as though, because I was
Nickelodeon.
thinking about my time on set, and I'm like, you know, when my experience with Jackass, and just like this was my intro to Hollywood, I had such a good experience, and I feel like these stories are so rare, especially nowadays. Like I wasn't sexually harassed, like, you know, I was treated with respect. There were a lot of women who worked behind the scenes on Jackass, which is really cool and surprising. I don't think a lot of people know that. And I think that I'm just one of those rare Hollywood stories that it's like I had a really positive experience in a male dominated franchise, you know? And I think that is something that speaks to them, and
they really considered your dignity. Like dignity mattered to them, you know,
Well,
whereas
I
these
just
kids
think-
didn't have that. These kids were like, yeah, we're gonna put peanut butter all over you. You're gonna,
I don't
mean,
know.
that sugar and coffee thing, and that kid, they're like drowning these kids, and that, I mean, it is like it's not even entertaining. Did kids think it was funny?
I think we did. I think because I remember some of these sketches, and like I just remember loving the show. I loved, you know, I think it's crazy that it took this much time for people to think that's weird. But what's also crazy is the parent who did called it out, like the dilemma that the parents are dealing with. But my thing is, there's nothing worth like the parents are just like not chuckle fuckers, but like, you know, they're willing to have their kids go through this because they know if they say something, because something is wrong, that the kids are good, but the kids are gonna get fired, or like do, you know, protect your kids. And
I'm so glad they had that black lady, the black mom, she was like, oh, hell no. Oh, so the black kid's gonna be the one selling crack? And like, she would have lived her whole life being like, she was the weird one then, she was wrong then. But now it's like, in this documentary, you're like, dude, if there were more of that, you know what I mean? If there was like one more mom like that.
How about the mom whose daughter was getting emails from the guy who worked on...
that one,
she was like watching her kid get emailed by this guy for a long time, and
so
she didn't want to...
let me just explain it real fast, because it's this guy who works on set. He's like one of their, you know, PAs, and he was a super fun guy that like would that was nice, was fun with the kids, young dude, like 28 years old, but he would also connect with the parents, and he'd go talk shop with them. And there's this one girl that built a little kid that built a friendship with him, and then they kind of became email buddies. Like he'd email her. It's the classic old shit.
He would go over to a 9-year-old's house and play video games.
Well, that's when he got in trouble.
Why?
But with this kid, he sent her a dick pic via email, and it's like, the mom went back and forth. Should I call the cops? Like, well, I don't want anything to get, and I don't want to make a bigger thing of this. And then the girl quit anyways, and she never went to the cops. And it's just like, so who are you really defending for? You're not like, she doesn't want any.
What you're doing then is you're not protecting the other children. It's like you're not thinking beyond what this, like, you're like, yeah.
I think that's the only one instance
right,
that's
like
happened.
No, that's why it all added up.
But you know, it must be. I can only imagine, because their kid, these child, you know, this is exactly, they're watching exactly what their kid wants, their dream, and for these adults to like prey on these children. I mean, no wonder. Like, I really feel for Amanda Bynes. She was one of my favorite actresses. Like, of my whole life, she's probably one of my favorites. Because even they touch on this in the documentary, it was so rare to see a woman be funny. A kid that was like that. And I so could relate to that because I was a funny girl and I was the weird one. And, you know, to see like what happened to her now, I can only imagine, you know, what really went on or didn't go on or however, because she's just on another level.
Yeah, what's his name? Dan Schneider. I think he was obviously creepy and unprofessional.
But there's the other thing about Amanda Bynes too, because her parents were also something like, it wasn't just Nickelodeon that was, you know, being toxic and abusive, and who knows what she went through with them, who may or, you know, what happened may or may not with Dan Schneider, but her parents were also like preying on her. So she had no one.
Well, I don't know, because remember they were saying like she was dating an older guy when she was 16,
Yes,
and the
but
parents wanted to shut that down, and that's why she wanted. What's it called? What's the term when
Emancipation.
Emancipation. Yeah, she wanted to be emancipated. That was because her parents were like.
It was more
"You
than
can't
that.
date."
They were doing stuff financially. I think that was wrong.
Oh, maybe they didn't
Yes.
cover that in the documentary.
No, because that's separate.
Right.
They've had like, there's been issues with her parents and the money stuff, and like I think it's always been. That's why she went to Dan to protect her.
Wait, when you email a dick pic, do you start it off like, "Hope this finds you well"? How professional! You leave your phone number at the bottom, dude. Like,
To whom it may concern.
to whom this may concern. What's in the header?
Subject line.
Yeah, that's so funny. Splash. Oh, what?
Yeah, I don't know. It makes me sad because I really, really loved those shows, and now I just want to go back and watch every single episode.
Yeah, well, Nickelodeon was dope, no doubt. But
Now the only thing they have is like SpongeBob.
yeah, well, I think that was the end of that era. Like that documentary, like all the stuff that took place in that like mid 2000s, they're saying they were going through a renaissance, you know?
I loved Are You
Dude,
Afraid of the
somebody had a
Dark?
great tweet about how this is why you don't need any adult actors. Or, I mean, no, you don't need kid actors for Nickelodeon. Like, make cartoons and have adults do the voices. Like, leave the kids out of it. Like, the kids will watch cartoons. I mean, dude, there's some, like, Pete and Pete was fucking great. Dude.
Yeah, no, I think
Pete and Pete
I
was like a masterpiece.
I think it's fine as long as they're being treated well on set. That's the bottom line. Kids should have opportunities if they want. We shouldn't deter children from the arts and etc. But I loved Are You Afraid of the Dark? That was my like.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just waiting for
You're talking about Snick.
that documentary to come out about.
Oh.
I love Snick. I mean, do you remember Ren and Stimpy? Perverts.
Oh, yeah.
Like that show was so like naughty. I remember my parents wouldn't allow me to watch Ren and Stimpy, and I would have to sneak it.
Yeah. I was a Rocco's Modern Life kid.
Oh, I loved Rocco's Modern Life.
It's actually funny.
Rugrats.
Rugrats was great.
Yeah, hey dude. Hey Arnold.
Salute Your Shorts.
Yeah, Salute Your Shorts was like another really.
I'll
I
start
remember Welcome Freshman. That's like a. What year was Welcome Freshman?
I didn't know that one.
Oh, I do.
Cousin Skeeter.
I loved Welcome Freshman. 94. Yeah. Man, I wish. Now I mean, obviously, because of like, but that would have been a sick, like, time to work in Nickelodeon. It's crazy how much none of that
It'd be
exists
funny if they
anymore.
made. It'd be a funny sketch if Cousin Skeeter had came out as he was like touched, like he was assaulted sexually. But it's a puppet.
Dude, no one will understand. Kids
No,
these
they
days.
just went. I woke up and there he was. He was, you know.
Kids these days will not understand the 90s, like Nickelodeon, MTV era, and how spoiled we were with original content.
Yeah,
But they
man.
were all being touched. So.
Well, yeah, but we.
TLC was rigged.
What's that?
Total Request Live Carson Daly.
TRL. Oh yeah. Well, TLC was on TRL. It was rigged. Yeah. TRL was great though. I mean, Carson Daly was so cool.
They could still do stuff like that, music videos on, like, I guess the internet. They could do anything that debut anywhere on YouTube.
That's the thing
now.
is like what I love now are these documentaries are coming out and like if you're a good enough filmmaker, you don't even have to be honest. Like, you can make some. I want the Carson Daly documentary. Like he was a tyrant.
Well, what's
He
cool,
hated
I guess,
women.
with YouTube is you could just make your own shows now.
Yeah,
You could do a Nickelodeon.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's our shout out to Kyle Anderson. He's a comedian from Vegas that like is just a great documentarian, and he like makes cool shit. He could just like, you know, like. Yeah, anybody could do it. He released a documentary on YouTube and it like blew up, you know? Yeah, that's like, I love this future of like, we're finding out this future, like right now, like Netflix, Hulu, Max, like all these documentaries, like you have an idea, you know those things about you loved about your childhood? Well, hate to ruin what was left for you. And they do. Like now you can't look at like, you know, those shows the same. You see Dan Schneider's name, like, wait, who's the guy? Brian Peck? Brian Peck? That was the guy that molested Drake. Was it Brian Peck?
Drake Bell?
Drake Bell. He got assaulted. Yeah, that was the craziest part of the documentary.
No, I don't think that was his name, was it? The guy who MLS.
Brian Peck?
No, because his.
Brian.
Josh Peck.
Josh Peck is his co-host.
Oh no,
It's
you're
Drake
right.
and Josh.
You're right. I want to get this. Like, pull him up. I'll show.
Brian.
It is Brian Peck.
Okay. No, you said. Yeah, you did. Yeah.
Yeah, this guy is just like a creep, and then he ends up getting another job.
Yeah.
And he only goes to jail for something like 16 months. I don't know. Like, not long enough. Dude, you see, like, they didn't even say the words. They just show the highlighted words in the documents. Like, you see sodomy. You see, like, all these crazy. That was what he was doing to Drake. How's this guy even free now? I mean, dude, what's it like being him now, though? Now there's a documentary. That's what's great. Is even these people who are free, they have to live with this. They're in their own prison.
Yeah.
He can't even go to Starbucks.
I mean.
Like, he can't go out to dinner. Especially right now. He's probably on suicide watch. What do you do when you're Brian Peck and you walk free, but then there's this super popular polarizing documentary that just shows how evil you are, and then you got to go to Ralph's. You got to go grocery shopping, and everybody's like, "Oh my god,
yeah,
he has a fake mustache." You guys see that creepy documentary? Wow. Yeah, there he is. Poor Drake.
That's what I'm saying. People who enjoy working with children,
Yeah.
I question you.
Dude, I worked for the city of Los Alamitos when I was like in high school, and I got this one side job within the city where I had to work. It was like a fairground for like kids, though. There's a lot. I'm dealing with a lot of kids, right? And there was a guy there who I worked under, and he must have been like in his, looking back, probably his 30s. And he was so good with these kids, so charismatic. He'd be singing and he's dancing, he's doing the thing. And I'm like, wow, this guy is so like good at this, you know? And then we were texting one day. And I said something like jokingly about how these kids are gonna love him or something like that. But it wasn't anything like gross. I'm not joking about that. Even in high school, it's like, that's not funny. It was something, but I was like genuine, like, oh, the kids are gonna love you. And then he calls me and he's like, hey man, you shouldn't joke like that when it comes to kids. Like, what? He's like, yeah, I mean that whole, they're gonna love me.
Hey, what's going on? It's Bill Burr, and it's time for the Monday Morning Podcast. No, it isn't. It's time for the Thursday afternoon, just before Friday, Monday Morning Podcast. And just check it in on you. How are you? What's going on? I hope everything is going well with you. I am in a good mood and feeling loose. I'm not. I'm fucking sitting here on pins and needles. I got the Hollywood Bowl on Friday. And all I want to do is get on the stage and get going. Just fucking sitting here. Like the New York Rangers after sweeping the Washington Capitals, sitting there twiddling their thumbs. Waiting for everybody else to wrap up their series, which the Bruins didn't. Congratulations to the Toronto Maple Leafs. They played a great game. Backs against the wall. This is it. Do or die. You're playing hockey, you're taking out the golf clubs. You're letting your fans down again. The Toronto Maple Leafs said no, sir. They played a hell of a game. And, what was it? Tavares, one-handed fucking pass over to Nice, I think his name is, for the game winner in overtime, as Joe Bartnick says. It really is amazing. You know, I was thinking about how when you're up 3-1 in a series, how quickly you can be looking at it being tied. It's literally one loss. You're like 3-1.
Miss.
So I missed.
Finish! Miss! Finish! Oh no! Finish!
and I was a virgin.
And I'm like, I'll get a small fry and a quarter pounder and a sundae, caramel on top, chocolate on bottom. It's always embarrassing.
The fries, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I've been snacking on the fries this whole time.
Taco Bell is a Mexican pizza.
No, it's the nacho fries.
Whoa! We didn't even get those.
They have nacho fries?
I didn't know that. I guess we're missing out. This is good.
Yeah, I guess it's the fries. I guess I have to look at what the next item would be.
Fun to be had now. Ready, Fanny? Okay, here we go. Yeah. Come on, let's go.
Time for the Monday morning podcast. No, it isn't. It's time for the Thursday afternoon, just before Friday, Monday morning podcast. And I'm just checking in on you. How are you? What's going on? I hope everything is going well with you. I am in a good mood and feeling loose. I'm not. I'm fucking sitting here on pins and needles. I got the Hollywood Bowl on Friday. And all I want to do is get on the stage and get going. Just fucking sitting here. Like the New York Rangers after sweeping the Washington Capitals, sitting there twiddling their thumbs. Waiting for everybody else to wrap up their series, which the Bruins didn't. Congratulations to the Toronto Maple Leafs. They played a great game. Backs against the wall. This is it. Do or die. You're playing hockey, you're taking out the golf clubs. You're letting your fans down again. The Toronto Maple Leafs said no, sir. They played a hell of a game. And what was it? Tavares, one-handed fucking pass over to Nyes, I think his name is, for the game winner in overtime, as Joe Bartnick says. It really is amazing. You know, I was thinking about how when you're up 3-1 in a series, how quickly you can be looking at it being tied. It's literally one loss. You're like 3-1, man. We got this series in the fucking bag. We are in the driver's seat. We are firing on all cylinders, whatever the fuck they say. And then you lose the next game. Then it's like, oh shit. We better win the next one or this is tied up. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. I did not anticipate, as I've been saying, an easy series with the Toronto Maple Leafs. Not based on any of their players, just time. Like, how many fucking times can this happen? How many times can they have a solid squad and just get fucking bounced out in round one? They haven't won a playoff series since 2004, so they are due. Having said that, I don't want it to happen because they're playing my Bruins, which I think we're going to get the job done. We'll see. You never know. You never know. I believe we were up 3-1 last year against Florida, and that didn't work out so well. So this would be huge. If the Bruins win just one playoff series, you know, round one, get out of round one after losing Bergeron and Krejci, you know, and the ups and downs of this season and everything. And I've been hearing we have a lot of talent coming up in the farm system. I think we can definitely build on this. I think Cam Neely did an amazing job. Everybody in the front office. There you go, huh? There's my shout out to everybody working hard. Speaking of working hard, I went to the premiere of Unfrosted last night, Jerry Seinfeld's movie. Well, I have a bit part in there. playing John Fitzgerald Kennedy, if you can believe it. I went with the lovely Nia. And I got to tell you, I absolutely loved the movie. I'm in it for 2 seconds, don't blink. But it was like that movie, It's a Mad, 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 Mad World with all comedians. And I said that on the red carpet. And then when I went in to the premiere, one of the Netflix executives, Ted Sarandos, was saying that that's what they were kind of pitching. Let's redo that movie. And then it turned into this thing. So there's so many fucking cool things. And Jerry directed it. It looks amazing. And of course, it takes place in the 60s. So, Jerry's totally into cars. So the cars in it, the colors of the cars and everything. And it's just surrounded, around the whole breakfast cereal, no nutrition, just getting kids fucking just flying high on sugar when, his generation and my generation were coming up. And it was funny. It was a really colorful time, as much as the Cold War.
Whoa! Hey, did you see it? The way he went sailing right out there? He just went sailing out there.
It was terrible. I mean, just terrible. We must have been doing over 80,
An ambulance. We ought to call an ambulance.
Oh, look at that car.
How could it
He
happen?
must have gone by you doing 90 miles an hour.
I wasn't doing.
You weren't standing still.
I never saw such a crazy guy in my life.
Let's get down there. Come on, let's go.
We're going to go down there. You stay in the car.
Now, Russell, be careful. Remember your condition.
Yeah.
Boy, the way he just sailed out there.
Look out, look out, look out, look out.
Killed her anyway. There's nobody in the car. Wait, there's nobody.
What do you mean there's nobody in the car?
There he is.
Holy smoke.
Hey, how about that? This guy's still alive, I tell you.
Is
He's
he hurt?
still alive.
Well, maybe we ought to call an ambulance for him right
I don't
away.
know how he survived after all that. The way you went sailing right out there.
Look, I'm not a doctor or anything, but I have some medical experience. I'm a dentist. Do you think you're hurt real bad?
Is he kidding?
Now, just hold on, mister. We're going to get you to a hospital.
You move me, I'll break up in little pieces. But what a deal. Look, there's this dough, see? There's all this dough. 350 G's. Do you hear what I'm saying? 350 G's in the park in Rosita. 15 years.
Let's get sick first.
He's very sick. Get him out. He may die. Listen, I tell you, I'm giving it to you. And don't let him kid you. Don't let him kid you. Don't let him give you the business, see? Because it was mine. And I paid for it. Paid for every lousy buck of it, you hear? But watch out. Watch out for the bulls. Lousy, stinking bulls are everywhere. Bulls all on the street like good old difference, Aunt Bill.
It don't make any... It don't make any difference.
I went to the moped store, said fuck it. And the salesman's like, what up? What's your budget? And I'm like, honestly, I don't know nothing about mopeds. He said,
I got the one for you. Follow me.
ooh, it's too real. Chromed out mirror, I don't need a windshield. Banana seat, a canopy on two wheels. 800 cash, that's a hell of a deal. I'm headed
Downtown, cruising through the alley, tiptoeing in the street like ballet. Pulled up, moped to the valet. White walls on the wheels like mayonnaise. Dope, my crew is ill, and all we need is two good wheels. Got gas in the tank, cash in the bank, and a bad little mama with her ass in my face. I'ma lick that, stick that, break her off, kick cat, snuck her in backstage. You don't need a wristband. Dope.
killing the game, about to catch a body. Past the heartbeat, Dookie on the Ducati. Timberland, Khaled, Scott Storch, Birdman. Goddamn, man, everybody got Bugattis. But I'ma keep a hella 1987, head into the dealership and drop a stack and cop a Kawasaki. I'm stunning on everybody, hella raw pasta wasabi. I'm so low that my scrotum's almost dragging up on the concrete. My seat is leather, I ride 'em line is pleather. But girl, we can still ride together. You don't need a Uber, you don't need a cab. Fuck a bus pass, you got a moped, man. She got 1988 Mariah Carey hair, very rare. Mom jeans on her derriere, throwing up the west side as we tear in the air. Stop by Pipe Place, throwing fish to a player.
Downtown, 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 downtown. She has her arms around your waist. You're the balance that will keep her safe. Have you ever felt the warm embrace of a leather seat between your legs? You don't want no beef, boy. No, I run the streets, boy. Better follow me, Troy. What you see is what you get, girl. Don't ever forget, girl. Ain't seen nothing yet until you're downtown. Cut the bullshit, get off my mother. Stonewashed so raw, moped like a bullet. Yeah, you can't catch me. A popo, can't recommend me. I'm in a B-boy stance, I'm not dancing. I got your girl on the back going tandem. Cause I'm too damn quick, I'm too damn slick. Whole downtown yelling out, who that is?
It's me, the M, the A, C, the K. Sounding like a French pimp from back in the day. I take her to Ponderay and I watch her skate. I mean water ski, ollie, oxen free. I'm perusing down Fourth and they watching me. I do a headstand, the eagle lands on my seat. Well, hello, but baby, the kickstand ain't free. Now do you or do you not wanna ride with me? I got one girl, I got two wheels. She a big girl, that ain't a big deal. I like a big girl, I like 'em sassy. Going down a back street, listening to Black Street. Running around the whole town. Neighbors yelling at me like you need to slow down. Going 38, Dan, chill the fuck out. Mow your damn lawn and sit the hell down. If I only had one helmet, I would give it to you. Give it to you. Cruising down Broadway, girl, what a wonderful view. Wonderful view. There's layers to the shit, player. Tiramisu, tiramisu. Let my coattail drag, but I ain't tearing my suit. Tearing my suit.
Downtown, 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 downtown. She has her arms around your waist. You're the balance that will keep her safe. Have you ever felt the warm embrace
crush a bit, little bit, roll it up, take a hit, feeling lit, feeling right. 2 a.m. summer night, I don't care, hand on the wheel, driving drunk, I'm doing my thing, rolling the mid beside and out, living my life, getting out dreams. People told me slow my roll, I'm screaming out that I'ma do just what I want, looking ahead, no turning back. If I fall, if I die, know I lived it to the fullest. If I fall, if I die, know I lived and missed some bullets. I'm on the pursuit of happiness, and I know everything that shine ain't always gonna be gold. Hey, I'll be fine once I get it. I'll be good. I'm on the pursuit of happiness, and I know everything that shine ain't always gonna be gold. Hey, I'll be fine once I get it. I'll be good. Tell me what you know about dreaming, dreaming. You don't really know about nothing, nothing. Tell me what you know about the night terrors every night. 5 a.m. cold sweats waking up to the sky. Tell me what you know about dreams, dreams. Tell me what you know about night terrors, nothing. You don't really care about the trials of tomorrow. Rather lay awake in the bed full of sorrow. I'm on the pursuit of happiness, and I know everything that shine ain't always gonna be gold. Hey, I'll be fine once I get it. I'll be good. I'm on the pursuit of happiness, and I know everything that shine ain't always gonna be gold. Hey, I'll be fine once I get it. I'll be good. I'm on the pursuit of happiness. I know everything that's shining always gold. I'll be fine once I get it. I'll be good. I'm on the pursuit of happiness, and I know everything that shine ain't always gonna be gold. Hey, I'll be fine once I get it. I'll be good. I'm on the pursuit of happiness, and I know everything that shine ain't always gonna be gold. Hey, I'll be fine once I get it. I'll be good. Pursuit of happiness. Yeah. I don't get it. I'll be good. Oh man. Room spin. That. Zuli, quit. Oh my God, why did I drink so much and smoke so much?
Oh my God! Jan, get in here. What are you doing here, honey? You made me cry. What do you want to do? Go outside and have a drink? No, you don't drink. Just me. I took up your habits.
Today, we're gonna do whatever you want to
Oh, honey, you know what? Anything?
Anything you want to do.
Oh, God, I want to do it all.
You know I'm back, like I never left. Another sprint, another step, another day, another breath. Been chasing dreams, but I never slept. I got a new attitude and a lease on life is a peace of mind. Seeking to find I can sleep when I die. Want a piece of the pie, got the keys to the ride and shit. I'm straight. I'm on my way. Get up my way. I'm running late. What can I say? I heard you died twice. Once when they bury you in the grave, and the second time is the last time that somebody mentions your name. So when I leave here on this earth, did I take more than I gave? Did I look out for the people, or did I do it all for fame? Legend is Exodus, searching for euphoria, trudging through the mud to find the present, no ignoring. I got 20,000 deep off in the street like we some warriors. My mama told me never bow your head.
I feel glorious, glorious. Got a chance to start again. I was born for this, born for this. It's who I am. How could I forget? I made it through the darkest part of the night, and now I see the sunrise. Now I feel glorious, glorious. I feel glorious, glorious.
I'm feeling glorious. The crib looking Victorian. Oh yes it is. You know that we've been going it. Since we hopped out that DeLorean. Yeah we went. On guard, things are just things. They don't make you who you are. Can't pack up a U-Haul and take it with you when you're gone. We posted on the porch, my family's glasses to the stars. My grandma smiling down on me like, "Ooh, that boy got bars." Okay, yes I do. I said amen and hallelujah, let me testify to another morning. I'm on it, won't let self get in my way. I got my breath, I got my faith, and I remember why I came.
I feel glorious, glorious. Got a chance to start again. I was born for this, born for this. It's who I am. How could I forget? I made it through the darkest part of the night, and now I see the sunrise. Now I feel glorious, glorious. I feel glorious, glorious. We gon' be alright, put that on my life. When I open my eyes, hope I see you shine. We're planting our flag, they don't understand. The world is up for grabs. We gon' be alright, put that on my life. When I open my eyes, hope I see you shine. We're planting our flag, they don't understand. The world is up for grabs. I feel glorious, glorious. Got a chance to start again. I was born for this, born for this. It's who I am. How could I forget? I made it through the darkest part of the night, and now I see the sunrise. Now I feel glorious, glorious. I feel glorious, glorious.
Day and night, I toss and turn, I keep stressing my mind. I look for peace, but see I don't attain what I need for keeps this silly game we play. Now look at this, madness the magnet keeps attracting me. I try to run, but see I'm not that fast. I think I'm first, but surely finish last. Cause day and night, the lonely loner seems to free his mind at night. He's all alone through the day and night. The lonely loner seems to free his mind at night. At night, day and night. The lonely loner seems to free his mind at night. He's all alone, some things will never change. The lonely loner seems to free his mind at night. At night. Hold the phone. Mr. Solo Dolo. He's on the move, can't seem to shake the shade. Within his dreams, he sees the life he made. The pain is deep. A silent sleeper, you won't hear a peep peep. The girl he wants don't seem to want him to. It seems the feelings that she had her through. Cause day and night, the lonely loner seems to free his mind at night. He's all alone through the day and night. The lonely loner seems to free his mind at night. At night, day and night. The lonely loner seems to free his mind at night. He's all alone, some things will never change. The lonely loner seems to free his mind at night. At night, slow mo. When the tempo slows up and creates that new. He seems alive though he is feeling blue. The sun is shining, man, he's super cool. The lonely nights, they fade away, he slips into his white Nikes. He smokes and then he's on the way. To free his mind and searcher, to free his mind and searcher, to free his mind and searcher. Day and night, the lonely loner seems to free his mind at night. He's all alone through the day and night. The lonely loner seems to free his mind at night. At night, day and night. The lonely loner seems to free his mind at night. He's all alone, some things will never change. The lonely loner seems to free his mind at night. At night.
I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket. I'm hunting, looking for a come up. This is fucking awesome.
Now, walk into the club like, what up? I got a big cock. I'm just pumped. I bought some shit from a thrift shop. Ice on the fringe is so damn frosty. The people like, damn, that's a cold ass honky. Rolling in hella deep, headed to the mezzanine. Dressed in all pink, set my gator shoes. Those are green, draped in a leopard mink. Girl standing next to me. Probably should've washed this. Smells like R. Kelly sheets. But shit, it was 99 cents. I get copping it, washing it. About to go and get some compliments. Passing up on those moccasins. Someone else has been walking in. Bummy and grungy fucking man. I am stunting and flossing and saving my money. And I'm hella happy that's a bargain, bitch. I'ma take your grandpa style. I'ma take your grandpa style. No, for real. Ask your grandpa, can I have his hand-me-down? Velour jumpsuit and some house slippers. Dookie brown leather jacket that I found. Dig it. They had a broken keyboard. I bought a broken keyboard. I bought a ski blanket. Then I bought a kneeboard. Hello, my ace man, my mellow. John Wayne ain't got nothing on my fringe game, hell no. I could take some pro wings, make them cool, sell those. The sneakerheads will be like, he got the Velcro.
I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket. I'm hunting, looking for a come up. This is fucking awesome. I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket. I'm hunting, looking for a come up. This is fucking awesome.
What she know about rocking the wolf on your noggin? What she knowin' about wearing a fur fox skin? I'm digging, I'm searching right through that luggage. One man's trash, that's another man's come up. Thank your granddad for donating that plaid button up shirt. Cause right now I'm up in her stunt. I'm at the Goodwill, you can find me in the I'm not stuck on searching in the section. Your grandma, your auntie, your mama, your mammy. I'll take those flannel zebra jammies secondhand and rock that motherfucker. The built-in onesie with the socks on that motherfucker. I hit the party and they stop in that motherfucker. They be like, oh, that Gucci, that's hella tight. I'm like, yo, that's $50 for a t-shirt. Limited edition, let's do some simple edition. $50 for a t-shirt, that's just some ignorant bitch. Shit. I call that getting swindled and pimped. I call that getting tricked by business. That shirt's hella dope. And having the same one as 6 other people in this club is a hella don't. Peep gang, come take a look through my telescope. Tryna get girls from a brand, man, you hella won't. Man, you hella won't.
Goodwill, poppin' tags.
shop down the road. I'll wear your granddad's clothes. I look incredible.
Hey, come on, man.
I'm in this big ass coat from that thrift shop down the road. I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket. I'm hunting, looking for a come up. This is fucking awesome.
Is that your grandma's coat?
So here I am, doing everything I can, holding on to what I am, pretending I'm a Superman. I'm trying to keep the ground on my feet. It seems the world's falling down around me. The nights are all long, yeah, I'm singing the song, trying to make the answers more than maybe. And I'm so confused about what to do. Sometimes I want to throw it all away. Here I am, growing older all the time, looking older all the time, feeling younger in my mind. Here I am, doing everything I can, holding on to what I am, pretending I'm a Superman. Trying to sleep, I lost count of sheep. My mind is racing faster every minute. What could I do more? Yeah, I'm really not sure. I know I'm running circles, but I can't quit. I'm so confused about what to do. Sometimes I want to throw it all away, killing everything in sight. Feeling weak, I don't feel right. You're telling me I have to change, telling me to act my age. But if all that I can do is just sit and watch
teaching you old school hip hop. Dark shoes and relaxed socks. The rhymes are spread just like a box. 'Cause the music is loud like an electric shock. I am known to do the wop. Also known for the Flintstone flop. Jimmy D get biz on the crop. Beatsy boys known to let the beat drop. Now when I make a beat, my name was Slop. If I rap, shoot my beats and stop. Step from the table when I start to chop. I'm Mullah Jack DJ Era. If you try to knock me, you'll get mocked. I'll stir fry you in my wok. Your knees will start shaking and your fingers pop like a pinch when the neck of Mr. Spot.
I ain't happy, I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. I ain't happy, I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on.
Finally, someone let me out of my cage. Now, time for me is nothing cause I'm counting no A's. Nah, I couldn't be there. Nah, you shouldn't be scared. I'm good at repairs and I'm under each snare. Intangible. Bet you didn't think, so I command you to. Panoramic view. Look, I'll make it all manageable. Pick and choose, sit and lose. All you different crews, chicks and dudes who you think is really kicking tunes. Picture you getting down in a picture tube. Like you lit the fuse. You think it's fictional, mystical, maybe. Spiritual hero who appears in you to clear your view when you're too crazy. Lifeless to those, the definition for what life is. Priceless to you because I put you on the hype shit. You like it? Gun smoke, you're righteous with one toke. You're psychic among those, possess you with one go.
Happy, I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. Ain't happy, I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on.
The essence, the basics, without it you naked. Allow me to make this childlike in nature. Rhythm, you have it or you don't, that's a fallacy, I'm in them. Every sprouting tree, every child of peace, every cloud and sea. You see with your eyes and see destruction and demise. Corruption in the skies from this enterprise. Now I'm sucked into your lives through rust, so not as muscles, but percussion he provides with me as a guide. Y'all can see me now cause you don't see with your eye. You perceive with your mind, that's the end. So I'ma stick around with Russ and be a mentor. Bust a few rhymes so mother comes to remember what the thought is. I brought all this so you can survive when law is lawless. Feeling sensations that you thought was dead. No squealing, remember.
Ain't happy, I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. Ain't happy, I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless. for long. My future is coming on, it's coming on, it's coming on, it's coming on, it's coming on. My future is coming on, it's coming on, it's coming on. My future is coming on, it's coming on, it's coming on. My future.
Hit that, hit that. Hey guys, hey, I'm put down with you. Get down with you though. Big got it. What's wrong with you?
I don't think y'all heard me. I just want to say happy Valentine's
Man, look, speaker box. Come on, man. They get it.
Boys and girls, take your seat. Stop throwing the paper. Take your seats, please, now. Mr. Berger, stop it!
Okay, we ready.
Makeup in the mirror and crash into a ditch. Just playing. She needs a golden calculator to divide the time it takes to look inside and realize that real guys go for real down to Mars, girl. Yeah, I know you'd like to thank you. Don't stay, but lean a little bit closer. See, roses really smell like boo boo boo. Yeah, roses really smell like boo boo boo. Yeah, I
said that? Who said that? You speaker box guys, get out of here. No speaker boxing. I hate speaker boxes.
The love below!
And certainly no love below.
Oh, hell no! I know you like to bang, you don't stank, but
stop! No fighting! No fighting! You with the glasses, what are you fighting for?
Well, she got a hottie's body, but her attitude is potty. When I met her at a party, she was hardly acting naughty. I said, Shawty, would you call me? She said, pardon me, are you balling? I said, darling, you sound like Halsey. Oh, so you're one of them freaks. Get geeked at the sight of an ATM receipt, but game been peaked. Dropping name, she's weak, tricking off. This lost, mistaken for a geek. Quick way to eat, deep place to sleep. When I call for a week, trick for a treat. No, go on the sex, my ace test is flawless. Regardless, we don't want to get involved with all them lawyers and judges, just to hold grudges in the courtroom. I want to see you support, bro, not support you.
All right, you leather jacket guy, you. Oh, I got one. I got one.
Don't stand.
Hey, watch out. Hey, I said watch out. Let me. Which one of you speaker boxes hit me in the love below?
All right, who wants to take me on next?
Caroline. That is the name, right? All right, now you can be here with the speaker boxes and the love ahead, or you can get with the cat and some bread, huh? What do you think? Shall we go? Moving. Let's go. Take one final look at the past. And we're out.
Ain't that fine? No way.
I was 7 years old when I got my first pair, and I stepped outside, and I was like, Mama, this air bubble right here, it's gonna make me fly. I hit that court, and when I jumped, I swear I got so high, I touched the net. Mom, I touched the net. This is the best day of my life. Air Maxes were next. That air bubble, that mesh, the box, the smell, the stuffing, the tread at school. I was so cool, I knew that I could increase them. My friends couldn't afford them. 4 stripes on their Adidas. On the court, I wasn't the best, but my kicks were like the pros. Yo, I stick out my tongue so everyone could see that logo. Nike Air Flight book bag was so dope. And then my friend Carlos's brother got murdered for his 4s. Whoa.
As much as the Cold War and in Vietnam and all of that shit was beginning, like it was really colorful. The cars, the cereal, like, you know, clothes and that type of shit.
Just 'cause you're a big shot, what's a whole lot? And if you like it or not, this still controls you. He tells you what to think or what to do.
This is the age of the dread, not the dread. Children must be fed. This is the age of the dread, children. Don't be misled. That's why. Our roots in our roots. I bring out the roots. Our roots in our roots. I bring out the truth. Now it's creation time. Jaja children, rise and shine. A serious thing. Don't you know? Our roots in a swing. That's why. Our roots in a roots. I bring out the roots. Our roots in a roots. I bring out the truth. Jackets are open wide. No, no, we don't want no false pride. Come with a free heart, brother, and a open mind. That's why. Our roots in our roots. I bring out the roots. Our roots in our roots. I bring out the truth. From traditional highway. Ever so I suffer from my forefathers' culture. Deliver us, deliver us. That's why. Our roots in our roots. I bring out the roots. Our roots in our roots. I bring out the truth. Our roots in our roots. Our truth. Our roots. Oh, oh, oh. Our roots in our roots. La 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 la. I bring out the truth. Our roots in our roots. True roots. I bring out the roots. Oh, my brother. Our roots in our roots. This is the age of the dread, not the dread. Roots in our roots. I bring out the roots. Our roots in our roots. I bring out the truth. Now it's creation time. are open wide.